Tonight, we begin with a simple question that probably crossed your mind while watching The Hunt for Red October or Das Boot, something Hollywood makes look like an underwater adventure, all stoic heroes and dramatic torpedo runs. But here's what they don't show you. Here's what gets edited out between the explosions and the patriotic music. The part where you realize that volunteering for submarine duty means signing up to live inside a pressurized metal coffin, 300 feet below the surface, where one mistake, one faulty weld, one moment of human error means you and 70 other guys get crushed into paste so fast, your brain won't even have time to register the pain. Forget the romance of the silent service. Forget the prestige. Forget whatever recruiter sold you on seeing the world, because you're about to discover that life on a nuclear submarine is less Top Gun and more being buried alive in a tube with recycled air. Fluorescent lighting that never changes, and the constant hum of machinery that'll invade your dreams for years after you get out. Assuming you get out, because down here in the depths where sunlight is just a memory, and the ocean pressure could collapse your skull like a grape, you're going to learn real quick that humans weren't designed for this. That every instinct in your DNA is screaming at you that something is fundamentally wrong about being this deep, this isolated, this far from anything resembling normal life. Picture this. You wake up and you don't know if it's morning or midnight because there are no windows, no dawn, no dusk. Just the same artificial light that's been burning since you submerged 2 months ago. And you're sharing a rack that's Navy speak for bed with 2 other sailors in something called hot bunking, which means the bed is literally still warm from the last guy who slept in it. Still smells like his sweat. And you've got 6 hours before you have to give it up to the next person in rotation. 6 hours to sleep in a space so tight you can't sit up without hitting your head, can't roll over without touching the guy above you, can't do anything but lie there in the dark, listening to the hull creak under the pressure of millions of tons of seawater. Your Honor, I'd like to sue the Navy recruiter for false advertising, because this isn't serving your country with pride. This is volunteering to be a canned sardine with a security clearance. And we haven't even gotten to the good parts yet. The parts about the air you breathe, the water you drink, the food you eat. The bathroom situation that would make a medieval peasant grateful for his outhouse. The psychological warfare of being trapped with the same 70 guys for months with no escape, no privacy, no relief. Just you and them, and the crushing weight of the Atlantic Ocean pressing down on your tube of anxiety. Let's ease into tonight's journey together. Because by the time we surface, and trust me, it's going to be a while before we surface, you're going to understand why submarine veterans have that 1,000-yard stare, why they flinch at unexpected noises, why some of them never quite readjust to life on land where you can open a door and walk outside whenever you want, where the air doesn't taste like recycled fear and industrial lubricant, where you can see the horizon instead of a bulkhead 2 feet from your face. The oxygen is getting thinner just thinking about it. The walls are closing in. And we haven't even left port yet. Haven't even submerged into the void where communication with the outside world becomes a tightly controlled luxury. Where your family becomes an abstract concept. Where time loses all meaning and every day blends into the next in an endless cycle of watch rotations and maintenance checks and praying that nothing goes wrong. Because down here, 300 feet below the surface, wrong doesn't mean you get to file a complaint or ask for a transfer. Wrong means everybody dies screaming in the dark while the ocean rushes in at the speed of violence. So settle in. Get comfortable, or as comfortable as you can get knowing what's coming. Because we're about to descend into a world that makes solitary confinement look like a vacation. A world where the phrase working environment becomes a sick joke. Where your office happens to be a nuclear reactor surrounded by enough explosive power to vaporize a city. And your commute involves hoping the guy who welded the hull didn't have a bad day 20 years ago when this boat was built. If you'd like more stories like this one, please subscribe so you don't miss any new uploads. I'd also love to hear from you. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time of day you're tuning in. So you've made it through boot camp, survived the psychological screening that's supposed to weed out the claustrophobic and the unstable. Congratulations. You're now qualified to spend the next 4 months living in a space roughly the size of a 3-bedroom house. Except this house has 70 guys in it, no yard, no windows. And it's been dropped to the bottom of the ocean where the water pressure is so intense that if the hull cracked even slightly, the incoming water would cut through human flesh like a laser. But let's not think about that right now. Let's think about your first day reporting aboard, your first glimpse of what's going to be your entire world for the next deployment. You're standing on the pier, looking at this massive black cylinder, 400 feet of welded steel that somehow manages to feel both enormous and impossibly cramped at the same time. And you're watching the crew move around on the deck. These guys who all seem to share the same pale complexion, the same tired eyes, the same way of moving that suggests they've forgotten what it's like to walk more than 20 feet in a straight line. And you're thinking, maybe this won't be so bad. Maybe the movies got it right. Maybe there's something noble and adventurous about the silent service. Here's where reality starts its friendly introduction. Because the moment you climb down that hatch, the moment you descend into the boat, that's what they call it. The boat, never a ship, always a boat. Like calling it a ship would be too generous, too dignified for what it actually is. The moment you step inside, you realize that every square inch of space has been utilized. There's no wasted room, no empty corners, just machinery and supplies and equipment packed into every available gap, like someone played the world's most stressful game of Tetris, and your body is the last piece that doesn't quite fit. The smell hits you first, and it's a smell you're never going to forget. A unique combination of diesel fuel and cooking grease and industrial cleaner and human sweat and something else. Something indefinable that's just submarine smell. The smell of recycled air that's been breathed by 70 guys for weeks on end. Air that's been filtered and scrubbed and pushed through vents, but never quite loses that underlying note of confinement and desperation. You're given a tour by a crusty petty officer who's been riding boats for 15 years. And he's showing you around like a bored real estate agent showing a condemned property. Here's the galley where you'll eat the same 5 meals in rotation for months. Here's the head. That's the bathroom. And yes, those are the only 3 toilets for 70 guys. Hope you're not shy. Here's the torpedo room where you'll sleep surrounded by enough explosive power to sink a carrier group. Here's the reactor compartment that you're not allowed to enter unless you're qualified. And yes, that's a nuclear reactor humming away 30 feet from where you sleep sweet dreams. Let's talk about the birthing situation in detail, because this is where the reality of submarine life really starts to sink in. You don't get your own rack. You share it with 2 other people on a rotation called hot bunking, which is exactly what it sounds like. You literally sleep in a bed that's still warm from the last occupant. A bed that's essentially a coffin-sized drawer in a stack of 3. and you've got to slide yourself in there like a body going into the morgue. Except you're still alive, technically. And you've got maybe 2 feet of clearance between you and the rack above you. Just enough space to lie on your back and contemplate every life choice that led you to this moment. Your rack has a curtain, a thin piece of fabric that's supposed to provide privacy, supposed to create some illusion of personal space. But it doesn't block out the noise, doesn't block out the smell of the guy above you, doesn't block out the knowledge that you're in a metal tube at the bottom of the ocean. And that curtain is the only thing separating you from 70 other guys who are all dealing with the same realization that they've made a terrible mistake. The first night is always the worst. Everyone tells you this. The veterans all remember their first night, and they'll tell you about it with this haunted look in their eyes. Because that's the night when your brain finally processes where you are, what you've signed up for, and it starts sending distress signals that you can't ignore. Your heart rate spikes, your breathing gets shallow, you start thinking about all that water above you, all that pressure, all those things that could go wrong. And you're lying there in your coffin rack listening to the hull creak and the machinery hum and someone snoring and someone else having a nightmare, and you're thinking this is going to be your life for the next 4 months. This exact scenario, over and over. No escape, no relief, just this. Sleep doesn't come easy that first night, or the second night, or really any night for the first few weeks, because your circadian rhythm is completely destroyed by the lack of natural light, by the watch rotation schedule that has you working 6 hours on and 12 hours off. Which sounds reasonable until you realize that 12 hours off includes eating and personal maintenance. And trying to sleep in a space where there's always noise, always activity, always someone walking past your rack or having a conversation 3 feet from your head or running a drill that involves alarms and announcements and organized chaos. You lie there and you think about the surface, about the sun, about being able to walk outside and see the sky, about having a door you can close, about having more than 6 feet of personal space, about breathing air that doesn't taste like it's been filtered through a sweaty gym sock. And you start to understand why submariners get paid extra, why they're considered special, why the dropout rate is so high, because this isn't just a job. This is volunteering to be psychologically tortured for months at a time in the name of national security. Let's talk about the air you're breathing, because on the surface you take it for granted. You walk outside and there's oxygen. Plants make it. Wind moves it around. The whole system works beautifully without you thinking about it. But down here, 300 feet below the surface in a sealed metal tube, air becomes a carefully managed resource that's manufactured by machines that absolutely cannot fail or everyone dies. Seriously, everyone. No exceptions, no survivors. Just 70 guys suffocating in the dark, while the CO2 levels climb and the oxygen disappears and your brain shuts down long before your lungs stop trying. The atmosphere control system on a nuclear submarine is a marvel of engineering. A complex network of scrubbers and generators and monitors that take seawater and electricity and turn them into breathable air. Oxygen is extracted from seawater through electrolysis. The same process you learned about in high school chemistry and promptly forgot, because when were you ever going to need to split water molecules? Surprise! You need it now. You need it desperately. Because the machine that does this is literally the only thing standing between you and death by asphyxiation. Carbon dioxide is the real killer, though, the silent threat. Because humans are basically CO2 factories. We breathe it out constantly. and in a sealed environment with 70 guys all exhaling at once. The levels climb fast, too fast, deadly fast without intervention. So the boat has these massive CO2 scrubbers that use chemicals to pull carbon dioxide out of the air. And you can hear them working, a constant hum and hiss that becomes part of the background noise, the soundtrack to your underwater imprisonment. And you learn to love that sound because when it stops, when those scrubbers go offline, you've got a serious problem measured in hours before the air turns toxic. The air quality monitoring is constant, obsessive, paranoid. Because it has to be. Sensors everywhere measuring oxygen levels, CO2 levels, humidity, trace gases, anything that might indicate a problem. And there's always someone watching those readings, always someone responsible for making sure the numbers stay in the safe range. Except safe is relative when you're breathing recycled air in a confined space. The oxygen percentage is lower than surface normal. The CO2 is higher. The humidity is always too high because 70 guys sweating and breathing create a lot of moisture. And the air has this quality, this thickness, that makes every breath feel like work. You notice it most when you first wake up. When your brain is still foggy and you take that first conscious breath and realize the air tastes wrong. Metallic and stale and vaguely chemical, like breathing inside a factory. And you can't open a window, can't step outside for fresh air, can't do anything but lie there and breathe the only air available, while your body adjusts and your brain screams that something is fundamentally wrong with this situation. The air circulation is carefully controlled, designed to move the atmosphere around the boat, prevent pockets of bad air, keep the oxygen distributed evenly. But it also means you're constantly in a breeze, a steady wind of recycled air that blows across your skin, through your hair, into your lungs, air that's been breathed by the guy next to you and the guy before him, and probably every guy who's ever sailed on this boat. And if you think about it too much, if you let yourself dwell on the fact that you're inhaling molecules that have cycled through dozens of other people's lungs, you'll drive yourself crazy. So you don't think about it. You just breathe. Temperature control is another battle entirely. The boat generates enormous heat from the nuclear reactor, from all the electronic equipment, from 70 bodies packed into close quarters, and that heat has to go somewhere, has to be managed, or you'd be living in a sauna. So there's cooling systems, air conditioning that works over time to keep the interior temperature bearable. Except bearable is subjective and varies depending on which compartment you're in. The engine room runs hot, always. The torpedo room runs cold, always. And your body never quite adjusts, never finds equilibrium, just alternates between too warm and too cool, while you work your watch rotation and try to sleep in conditions that would violate every building code ever written if this were on land. The humidity is relentless, pervasive, inescapable, because all that moisture from breathing and sweating has nowhere to go in a sealed environment. It just circulates, condenses on cold metal surfaces, drips from pipes, creates a permanent dampness that gets into everything. Your clothes never fully dry, your bedding always feels slightly moist. You develop a relationship with mildew and funk that would horrify your former landlubber self. But down here, it's just normal, just part of the ambiance, the submarine aesthetic of controlled decay. Smoking was allowed on boats for decades. Can you imagine guys lighting up cigarettes in a sealed metal tube 300 feet underwater where air is a precious manufactured resource? The ashtrays were welded to the bulkheads, part of the permanent fixtures, and the ventilation system had to work overtime to keep the smoke from accumulating. But it also meant the air always had this undertone of tobacco, another layer in the complex bouquet of submarine atmosphere. Though nowadays, smoking is banned, and the air is slightly less toxic, slightly, marginally, barely noticeably less toxic. You develop a cough, everyone does, usually within the first few weeks, a dry, persistent cough that's caused by the air quality, the recycled atmosphere, the fine particles and chemicals and whatever else is floating around in the manufactured oxygen. And you'll have this cough for the entire deployment. It'll become part of who you are, part of your identity as a submariner. And when you finally surface, when you finally breathe actual fresh air again, your lungs will rebel. They'll be confused by air that hasn't been scrubbed and filtered and recycled. And you'll cough even harder for a few days while your respiratory system remembers what real oxygen tastes like. Now let's discuss what you're going to eat for the next 4 months. Because food on a submarine is a fascinating study in how to destroy morale while technically keeping people alive. The Navy will tell you that submarine duty gets the best food in the service. They'll brag about the budget, about the quality ingredients, about the skilled cooks. And technically, this is true for about the first 2 weeks, maybe 3 if you're lucky. But then you run out of fresh food. The lettuce turns to brown slime. The tomatoes become science experiments. The milk goes bad despite refrigeration. And you enter what's known as the canned and frozen phase, which is exactly what it sounds like and tastes exactly as disappointing as you're imagining. The galley operates 24 hours because the crew works in rotating shifts. Someone is always eating, always hungry, always disappointed by what's being served. And the cooks, bless them, they're doing their best with limited space, limited ingredients, and the soul-crushing knowledge that no matter what they prepare, someone is going to complain, someone is going to compare it unfavorably to their mother's cooking. Someone is going to stare at their tray and wonder what they did to deserve this punishment. Breakfast is the most consistent meal, hard to screw up eggs and coffee, though they manage sometimes. The powdered eggs have this texture, this consistency that's not quite eggs, but not quite anything else either. And the coffee, oh, the coffee. It's strong enough to dissolve metal, which is appropriate given the environment. And you drink it not for the taste, but for the caffeine, for the chemical assistance in maintaining consciousness during your watch rotation, for the ritual of having something hot to hold while you contemplate your choices. Lunch and dinner blur together in a rotation of the same dishes. Meatloaf, fried chicken, spaghetti, tacos, meals that sound fine until you realize you're eating them in an endless cycle. The menu repeats every week or two. And by month 3, you could predict what you're eating on any given day without checking the posted menu. Thursday is always meatloaf, Sunday is always fried chicken, and the spaghetti sauce tastes vaguely like the meatloaf, which tastes vaguely like the taco filling. Everything starts to merge into one generic protein slurry with different shapes. The dining area is cramped, obviously, because every area is cramped. You eat at small tables that fold down from the bulkhead, sitting on benches that are too close together, surrounded by pipes and electrical panels and machinery. And there's this unwritten rule about eating fast, about not lingering, because there's always someone waiting for your spot, always another watch section coming off duty and looking for food. So you shovel it down, barely tasting it, barely chewing, just consuming calories as efficiently as possible before yielding your seat to the next guy. the food quality deteriorates as the deployment continues. This is inevitable, unavoidable, a cruel reality of submarine life. The frozen food develops freezer burn. The canned goods start all tasting the same. The bread comes out of the freezer and never quite achieves the texture of actual bread, more like bread-adjacent substance. And fresh fruit becomes a distant memory, a fantasy, something you dream about during your off hours. A crisp apple, a juicy orange. Things that don't exist in your current reality of canned peaches and frozen berries that turn to mush when thawed. Bug juice is what they call the flavored drink mix. Kool-Aid, basically, served in large dispensers. And it comes in two flavors, red and not red. And you drink it because water gets boring, because the water tastes vaguely of the purification system, vaguely metallic, vaguely wrong. And at least bug juice has sugar, has flavor, has the illusion of being something other than recycled ocean water that's been filtered and treated and declared safe to drink. The psychological impact of bad food is underestimated, seriously underestimated, because meals are the main event down here, the highlight of your day, the break from watch rotations and maintenance, and the endless tedium of submarine life. And when every meal is disappointing, when you can't even look forward to dinner, it wears on you, grinds you down, adds another layer to the general misery of confinement. Another reason to count the days until you surface, until you can eat something, anything, that doesn't come from a can or freezer. Mid-rats, midnight rations, is a meal served for the crew working the night watch rotation. And it's usually leftovers from dinner, sometimes supplemented with sandwich materials. And there's something particularly depressing about eating reheated meatloaf at 3 in the morning under fluorescent lights while the boat creaks around you, and you wonder if your family remembers what you look like, if your dog still recognizes your scent, if that girl you were dating has moved on to someone whose job doesn't involve disappearing underwater for months at a time. The crew looks forward to steel beach picnics, rare events when the boat surfaces in safe waters and the crew is allowed on deck to grill hamburgers and hot dogs. Actual fresh cooked food under actual sunlight. These events are legendary. Talked about for weeks before and after because they represent a brief return to normalcy, to life above water, to food that doesn't taste like despair and recycling, and the joy on guys' faces when they bite into a grilled burger is almost heartbreaking, like prisoners getting a day pass, like astronauts remembering Earth. The bathroom situation. Let's dive into this particular circle of submarine hell. Because if you thought sharing a bedroom with 70 guys was bad, wait until you experience the communal hygiene facilities, or as the Navy calls them, the heads, 3 toilets for 70 men. Do the math, run the numbers. Realize that your bathroom breaks are going to require strategic planning and perfect timing and a willingness to abandon all concepts of privacy and dignity you've developed over your lifetime. The toilets themselves are engineering marvels, complex systems of valves and pressures designed to flush waste out of a pressurized hull into the ocean hundreds of feet below. And using one requires training, actual training, a qualification process, because if you operate the valves in the wrong sequence, you can create a situation where the toilet explodes. Literally explodes, sending sewage back into the boat at high pressure, covering you and the bathroom and anyone unlucky enough to be nearby in a spray of waste that will haunt everyone involved for the rest of the deployment. And yes, this happens. Not often, but often enough that there are stories, legends, warnings passed down from veteran sailors to new guys about respecting the toilet procedure and never, ever getting cocky with the valve sequence. The process goes like this. You do your business. Then you open valve A to introduce water, close valve A, open valve B to equalize pressure, close valve B, then operate the flush lever while opening valve C. And if you mess up any step, if you forget which valve, if you operate them in the wrong order, you're about to have a very bad day and become a cautionary tale. And the experienced guys can hear when someone's messing up the valve sequence. They can hear it from the corridor, and they'll start backing away before the inevitable happens. Privacy is theoretical. The toilet stalls have doors, but they're thin metal affairs that don't block sound, don't create any real sense of separation. And the stalls are right next to the sinks, where guys are shaving or brushing teeth or washing their hands. So you're conducting your private business while having conversations with shipmates, while listening to someone else conduct their business in the next stall. While the ventilation fan tries and fails to keep up with the air quality situation. It's communal living taken to its logical and uncomfortable extreme. Showers are rationed. You get one every few days if you're lucky. And it's not a shower in any sense you'd recognize. It's a tiny stall. And I mean tiny. Barely enough room to turn around. With a handheld shower head and a strict time limit. You wet yourself down, turn off the water to conserve it, soap up, turn the water back on to rinse, and you're done. The whole process takes maybe 3 minutes if you're efficient. And the water pressure is pathetic, weak, barely a dribble. And the temperature fluctuates wildly because someone 3 compartments away just flushed a toilet or started a load of laundry, and the whole plumbing system is interconnected in ways that guarantee your shower experience will be interrupted by sudden temperature changes that make you question your life choices. The shower schedule is posted, everyone gets assigned shower times, and if you miss your window, you're out of luck. You'll have to wait another few days. So guys develop strategies. They set alarms. They arrange watch schedules around shower times. They trade shower slots like currency. And there's this culture of shower guilt, where you feel bad for taking your allotted 3 minutes because you know other guys are waiting. Other guys need to rinse off the same accumulated sweat and grime and submarine funk that you're trying to wash away. Laundry is another adventure. There's washing machines, but limited capacity, limited time. And the humidity means nothing ever really dries completely. You wash your clothes and hang them in your rack area, and they stay damp, stay clammy, develop this smell that's uniquely submarine, a mixture of detergent and mildew and recycled air and despair. And eventually, you stop caring. You accept that your clothes will never be truly clean, never be truly dry. They'll just be less dirty than they were before washing, relatively fresher, marginally less offensive. Personal hygiene products are carefully selected. You can't bring strongly scented shampoo or soap, because in a confined space, strong scents become overwhelming, become a problem. So everyone uses the same basic unscented products. The same government-issued soap that cleans but doesn't smell like anything. The same toothpaste, the same deodorant that fights a losing battle against the sweat and stress and close quarters. And you learn to appreciate the guys who actually use deodorant, who make an effort, because there's always a few who give up, who embrace the funk, who become walking biological warfare zones that clear compartments when they enter. The sinks are communal, a row of them in the head. And there's always a line in the morning, always guys waiting to brush teeth or shave or wash faces. And you're doing all this while the boat rocks slightly, while the deck moves under your feet, while you try not to think about how the water draining from your sink is being recycled, filtered, treated, and will eventually come back as drinking water, as shower water, as the water you'll use to brush your teeth tomorrow. It's a closed loop. Everything on a submarine is a closed loop. Nothing is wasted. Nothing leaves the system, including the knowledge that you're basically living in your own waste products day after day after day. Seasickness happens, even underwater. The boat moves, sways, rolls, and some guys never get their sea legs, never adapt. And they're constantly nauseous, constantly fighting the urge to vomit. And when they lose that fight, when they have to rush to the head and empty their stomach, everyone nearby suffers. Everyone hears it, smells it, and the ventilation system tries its best, but there's only so much it can do. And that smell lingers, becomes part of the atmosphere, part of the sensory nightmare that is submarine life. Let's talk about what you actually do down here, because it's not all silent running and dramatic torpedo launches. Mostly it's maintenance, endless maintenance, checking systems, rechecking systems, cleaning equipment, repairing equipment, maintaining equipment that will need to be maintained again tomorrow, in an infinite loop of technical busy work designed to keep the boat operational and keep the crew from going insane with boredom. Though it doesn't really work, the boredom finds you anyway. Settles in like a fog, becomes another pressure you're living under along with the 300 feet of seawater. Your watch rotation is the structure of your existence. 6 hours on watch, 12 hours off. Except those 12 hours include eating and sleeping and personal maintenance and studying for qualifications and whatever else needs doing. So really you're getting maybe 6 hours of actual free time. If that, and free time on a submarine is a relative concept because you can't go anywhere. Can't do anything that requires space or privacy or fresh air. You're just in a different compartment of the same metal tube, reading the same books from the small library, watching the same movies on the crew's mess television, having the same conversations with the same guys you've been having for weeks. The qualifications process never ends. You're constantly studying systems, learning procedures, getting tested by senior sailors, earning your dolphins. The submarine warfare insignia that marks you as qualified. And the studying happens during your off-watch time, cutting into your sleep, cutting into your sanity. Thick technical manuals filled with diagrams and procedures and emergency protocols that you have to memorize. Have to know cold. Because when something goes wrong, there's no time to look it up. No time to reference the manual. You need to know immediately what valve to close, what system to activate, what procedure to follow or people die. It's that simple, that stark, that terrifying. Drills are constant. Fire drills, flooding drills, collision drills, reactor scrams, battle stations. The crew runs through emergency scenarios over and over until the responses become automatic, become muscle memory. And the drills happen at random times, during meals, during sleep, during any moment when you might be relaxing. The alarm sounds and you're moving, rushing to your station, performing your assigned tasks while your brain is still trying to wake up, trying to remember if this is real or just another drill. And that uncertainty is intentional, designed to keep you sharp, keep you ready, keep you from relaxing too much in an environment where relaxation could be lethal. The reactor needs constant monitoring, constant attention. It's the heart of the boat, the source of all power, all propulsion, all life support. And the guys who work in the reactor spaces have it worst. The heat, the radiation exposure, the responsibility of keeping a nuclear reaction controlled and productive in a confined underwater space. They work in conditions that would violate every safety regulation on land. But this isn't land. This is a submarine, and different rules apply. Looser rules. Rules written by people who understood that submarine duty requires accepting certain risks that would be unacceptable anywhere else. Equipment breaks constantly. This is the nature of mechanical systems operating under stress in a hostile environment. Something is always failing, always needing repair, and the crew becomes expert at fixing things with limited parts, limited tools, limited space. They develop skills that would make MacGyver jealous, improvising solutions, jury-rigging repairs, keeping systems operational through sheer ingenuity and desperation, because calling for help isn't an option. Surfacing for repairs isn't an option. You fix it or you do without. Those are your choices. The paperwork is endless. Every maintenance action has to be documented. Every repair logged, every system check recorded. And there's always someone filling out forms, always someone updating logs, always someone maintaining the administrative side of submarine operations that ensures accountability and provides a paper trail for when something inevitably goes wrong and the Navy needs to assign blame. And you learn to hate paperwork with a passion that's difficult to express because it represents time spent not sleeping. Time spent under fluorescent lights filling out forms when you could be in your rack pretending to rest. Training continues throughout the deployment. Not just emergency drills, but actual training on systems and procedures. Because the Navy knows that skills degrade, knowledge fades, and the only way to keep a crew sharp is constant repetition, constant practice, constant testing. So your off-watch time includes mandatory training sessions, mandatory study, mandatory qualifications work, and the word mandatory takes on new meaning when you're trapped underwater with nowhere to go, no way to skip class, no way to call in sick and avoid the work. The mission itself, the actual reason the boat is out here, is often classified, often unknown to most of the crew. You do your job. Stand your watch, maintain your systems, and trust that someone up the chain of command knows why you're following this particular course, why you're maintaining this particular depth, why you've been underwater for this particular length of time. And that trust is tested daily, challenged by the conditions, questioned by your exhausted brain during the quiet moments when you're alone with your thoughts and the constant hum of machinery. The psychological warfare of submarine life deserves its own discussion. Because the physical challenges are obvious, the discomfort is tangible. But the mental toll, that's the silent killer. The thing that breaks guys who thought they were tough, who thought they could handle anything, who never imagined that being trapped underwater with the same 70 people for months would erode their sanity in ways that are subtle at first and then suddenly overwhelming. Time loses meaning in the environment without natural light, without day and night cycles, without any external reference points. Your circadian rhythm gets destroyed within the first week. Your body doesn't know when to sleep, when to wake, when to be alert. And the watch rotation schedule makes it worse. 6 hours on, 12 off. But those cycles don't align with any natural 24-hour day. They create their own rhythm, their own twisted sense of time that has nothing to do with how human bodies evolve to function. And you start experiencing microsleeps. Moments where you're standing watch and your brain just checks out for a few seconds. And those seconds could be catastrophic in the wrong moment, during the wrong task, monitoring the wrong system, The isolation from the outside world is absolute. Communication with family is tightly restricted. You can't just call home, can't send a text, can't hop on social media to see what everyone is doing. You're allowed to send familygrams, short, pre-approved messages that get transmitted during scheduled communications windows. But they're limited, censored, unable to contain any real information about where you are or what you're doing. And receiving messages from home is equally restricted, equally sanitized. And sometimes the messages make things worse. News about family problems you can't help with, relationship issues you can't address, life continuing without you in ways that make you feel irrelevant, forgotten, unnecessary. The lack of personal space grinds on you. Every moment of every day, you're surrounded by other people, other voices, other presences. You can't have a private thought without someone nearby. Can't have a private moment. Can't retreat into solitude, and humans need solitude. Need time alone to process thoughts, to decompress, to exist without performance. But that doesn't exist here. Your rack with its curtain is the closest thing to privacy, and even that's compromised by the noise, the proximity, the knowledge that you're inches from other people who can hear you breathing, hear you moving, hear everything. Personality conflicts become magnified in confinement. That guy whose laugh annoyed you slightly in week 1 becomes absolutely unbearable by week 8. That minor habit that was quirky becomes rage-inducing. And you can't escape these people, can't avoid them, can't get distance from the friction. You have to live with them, work with them, depend on them, trust them with your life, while simultaneously fantasizing about creative ways to make them shut up. And this creates tension, friction, conflicts that in a normal environment would be resolved by separation, by distance, by time apart. But those solutions don't exist here. So the tension builds, accumulates, becomes part of the atmosphere like the recycled air. Depression sets in for some guys, a gray flatness that comes from the lack of sunlight, the lack of variety, the lack of anything to look forward to. Every day is the same, every week is the same. The calendar means nothing when you can't see outside, when there's no weather, no seasons, no change except the food getting worse and the people getting more irritable. And some guys withdraw, become quiet, go through the motions of their duties but check out mentally. And the crew watches them carefully because depression on a submarine is dangerous. A depressed sailor might make mistakes, might not care enough to follow procedures, might become a liability. And there's nowhere to send them, no therapist to talk to, no mental health resources except the crew themselves and maybe the corpsman who's trained in first aid, but not really equipped to handle serious psychological issues. Anxiety is constant, a low-level hum of fear that matches the machinery noise. Because you're aware at all times that you're in a metal tube at the bottom of the ocean, that dozens of things could go wrong, that your survival depends on equipment continuing to function, on procedures being followed correctly, on luck holding out, and that awareness creates stress, chronic stress, the kind that wears on your cardiovascular system, your immune system, your ability to think clearly, and there's no relief from it, no way to escape the source of the stress when the source is your entire environment. Some guys crack. It's not common, but it happens. They hit a breaking point where they can't handle it anymore, can't maintain the facade of coping, and they either withdraw completely or act out. And when someone cracks on a submarine, it affects everyone, creates instability, forces the crew to adapt, to work around the problem while maintaining operations. And there's judgment, There's loss of respect because submarine culture values toughness, values resilience, values the ability to suck it up and drive on. And falling apart is seen as weakness, even though anyone with sense knows that everyone has a breaking point, everyone has limits, and submarine duty is specifically designed to find those limits and push past them. The sounds of a submarine create their own special nightmare. A constant symphony of mechanical noise that invades your consciousness, infiltrates your dreams, becomes the soundtrack to your deteriorating mental state. And unlike surface ships where you can step outside to escape the noise, where you can find quiet spaces, on a submarine the noise is everywhere, always following you from compartment to compartment, from watch station to sleeping rack. A relentless barrage of industrial sound that your brain never quite filters out, despite what you might hope. The reactor plant hum is the foundation, the bass note in the submarine orchestra, a deep, thrumming vibration that you feel as much as hear. It travels through the hull, through the deck, through your bones, a constant reminder that there's a nuclear reaction happening somewhere nearby, that you're living next to controlled atomic fission, and that hum never stops, never varies, just maintains its steady presence like a heartbeat, like breathing. Except it's not your heartbeat, not your breathing. It's the boat's vital signs, and you're just along for the ride. The ventilation system adds its own layer, the whoosh and rattle of air being pushed through ducts, the clank of automatic dampers opening and closing, the whir of fans that keep the atmosphere moving. And these sounds change depending on where you are in the boat. Some compartments get more airflow, some less. But everywhere you go, there's this wind noise, this sense of forced air circulation that reminds you that breathing is the engineered solution, not a natural process, not something you can take for granted. Pumps run constantly, dozens of them, moving water, moving oil, moving hydraulic fluid, each with its own signature sound, its own rhythm. And the experienced guys can identify which pump is running just by the sound, can diagnose problems by listening for changes in the familiar patterns. But for new guys, it's just noise. Constant, random noise that prevents real rest, real sleep, real peace. And you lie in your rack, listening to pumps cycle on and off, and wondering if that particular sound is normal or if something's failing, and you just don't know enough to recognize the warning signs. The sonar equipment creates these strange pings and echoes, not like the Hollywood movies where it's this dramatic single ping sound, but a complex array of noises, computer processing sounds, equipment cooling fans, the occasional active sonar pulse that you feel as much as hear. A pressure wave moving through the hull, through the water, through your chest cavity. And working in the sonar shack means wearing headphones that pump these sounds directly into your brain for hours at a time. Analyzing acoustic data, listening for enemy contacts, listening for anything that might be a threat. And guys who work sonar develop hearing problems, tinnitus, that follows them for the rest of their lives. A permanent reminder of their time underwater. Valve operations create bangs and clanks, metal on metal impacts that echo through the hull. And some valves are loud, really loud, the kind of loud that makes you jump even when you know it's coming, even when you're expecting it. And operating these valves during silent running, during times when the boat needs to be acoustically quiet, requires careful technique, slow movements, gentle pressure, anything to minimize the noise because enemy sonar might be listening, might be trying to locate you, might be analyzing every sound you make to determine your position, your course, your vulnerability. The hull itself makes noise creaks and groans as the boat changes depth, as the external pressure changes, as the metal flexes and adjusts to different loads. And these are the sounds that keep new guys awake at night. These organic-sounding moans and pops that suggest the boat is alive, is suffering, is protesting its treatment. And veteran sailors will tell you it's normal. Tell you the hull is designed to flex, designed to make these sounds. But that doesn't make it less disturbing when you're lying in the dark, listening to the metal groan like it's in pain. People make noise too, obviously. 70 guys living in close quarters make constant human noise, snoring, coughing, conversations, footsteps, the clang of someone dropping a wrench, the slam of a hatch, the flush of a toilet, the microwave beeping in the galley, someone's alarm going off, someone's watch alarm, someone's phone alarm. Layers of human activity that blend with the mechanical sounds to create this dense wall of audio chaos that your brain tries to process, tries to filter, tries to ignore, but it's too much, too constant, too varied. And you develop this permanent low-level irritation that comes from never experiencing silence, never experiencing quiet, never getting a break from the constant assault of sound. The 1MC is the boat's public address system, and it announces everything: watch rotations, meal times, drills, official communications. And it's loud, deliberately loud, designed to be heard over all the other noise, and it goes off at random times, breaking into whatever you're doing, whatever you're thinking, whatever moment of near peace you might have achieved. And the announcements are always the same, always delivered in the same tone. And you start to hate the voice, hate the interruptions, hate the loss of control over your own audio environment. Alarms are the worst. The collision alarm, the fire alarm, the flooding alarm. Each with its own distinctive sound designed to trigger immediate response, designed to cut through sleep, through exhaustion, through any mental state you might be in. And they work, they definitely work. Your heart rate spikes, your adrenaline surges. You're moving before you're fully conscious, before you've processed whether it's a drill or real. And that response is necessary, is trained, is critical to survival. But it's also traumatic, repeatedly traumatic, conditioning you to jump at sudden sounds, to never fully relax, to always be ready for crisis. And that conditioning follows you to the surface, follows you home, makes civilian life feel strange and too quiet, and somehow more dangerous because there's no alarms telling you when to be afraid. Let's discuss what happens when things go wrong, because they do go wrong. Frequently, inevitably. Murphy's Law applies with special enthusiasm to submarine operations where complex systems operate under stress in hostile environments, and the margin for error is measured in seconds, and the consequences of failure are measured in body counts. And every submariner knows this, lives with this knowledge, has nightmares about this reality. Because you've trained for emergencies until the responses are automatic. But training and reality are different things. Training doesn't include the panic, the adrenaline, the knowledge that this time it's not a drill. And people might actually die, including you. Fire is the worst-case scenario, the nightmare that keeps experienced submariners awake. Because fire in a sealed environment 300 feet underwater is about as bad as it gets. The smoke has nowhere to go. The heat builds rapidly. The oxygen gets consumed, and you can't evacuate, can't abandon ship, can't do any of the normal responses to fire. You have to stay, have to fight it, have to win or everyone dies. And submarine fires have killed crews, have destroyed boats. have proven that all the training and preparation and emergency procedures sometimes aren't enough when chemistry and physics decide to team up against you. The fire alarm triggers immediate response. Everyone to their emergency stations. Grab the nearest breathing apparatus. Establish boundaries. Fight the fire from multiple directions. And the breathing gear is bulky, uncomfortable, limits your vision and mobility, makes communication difficult. But it's the only thing between you and smoke inhalation, between you and suffocation. So you struggle into it while moving through smoke-filled compartments, while the temperature climbs, while the fear threatens to overwhelm your training, and you fight the fire with equipment that seems simple during drills, but suddenly feels inadequate, insufficient, like bringing a knife to a gunfight, except the gunfight is underwater and you can't leave. Flooding is the other major nightmare, because the ocean is patient, is relentless, is constantly looking for ways inside, constantly testing the hull, the seals, the penetrations. And when it finds a weakness, it exploits it immediately. Water rushing in at pressure, not like a leak you'd see on land, not a drip or a stream, but a solid column of water under enormous pressure that can break bones, can kill people, can flood compartments in seconds. And the crew has to react perfectly, has to isolate the flooding, has to shore up the damage, has to keep the water from spreading while maintaining depth control, maintaining trim, keeping the boat from plunging to crushed depth where the hull implodes and everyone dies instantly. The damage control training is extensive, endless practice with shoring techniques, with dewatering pumps, with emergency procedures that seem academic until you're standing in knee-deep water that's rising fast. The pump isn't keeping up. And someone's asking for decisions about whether to evacuate the compartment, whether to seal it with people still inside, whether to sacrifice a few to save the many. And those are the decisions that haunt officers for the rest of their lives. The trolley problem made real in cold seawater and darkness and terror. Loss of propulsion is less immediately fatal but still terrifying. Because without propulsion, you can't maintain depth, can't maneuver, can't do anything but drift and hope the emergency procedures restore power before you hit the bottom or the surface, before you lose depth control entirely. And emergency blow procedures, blowing ballast tanks to force the emergency surface, is last resort stuff. Dangerous stuff, because surfacing at the wrong time in the wrong place could be worse than staying down, could expose you to enemy action, could damage the boat, could create a situation where you've traded one emergency for another. Reactor scrams, where the nuclear reactor automatically shuts down due to detected problems, mean immediate loss of power, immediate switch to emergency diesel or battery power, immediate recognition that you're running on borrowed time, that you need to restore reactor operations or start planning how you're going to surface safely on limited power. And reactor problems are taken seriously, very seriously, because that's your life support system, your propulsion, your everything. And without it, you're in a very expensive coffin sinking slowly toward the bottom. Medical emergencies add another layer of complexity, because you've got a corpsman, not a doctor, maybe some basic medical equipment, but no hospital, no specialists, no ability to evacuate the patient. So appendicitis, heart attacks, severe injuries, they all have to be treated on board with limited resources and remote consultation via radio if you're lucky. And sometimes guys die. Sometimes the corpsman does everything right. and the patient still dies because submarines aren't equipped for major medical intervention. And the body gets stored in the freezer, in the food storage area, because there's nowhere else. And the crew has to continue operations knowing there's a deceased shipmate in the freezer next to the frozen steaks. Equipment casualties cascade. One failure leads to another. Systems are interconnected. Redundancy helps but isn't perfect. And you can find yourself dealing with multiple emergencies simultaneously. Fire and flooding, flooding and propulsion loss, any combination of bad things happening at once. And the crew has to prioritize, has to make decisions about which emergency to address first, which system to save, which area to sacrifice. And those decisions are made by tired people under stress in conditions that would break most humans. But submariners aren't most humans. They're the ones who volunteered for this, who accepted these risks, who trained for these moments, even though they hoped they'd never come. The moment you finally surface after months underwater is impossible to describe adequately to anyone who hasn't experienced it. The boat rises slowly, deliberately. Controlled ascent through decreasing pressure zones. And you're not allowed topside yet. Have to wait for all clear. Have to wait for the deck to be declared safe. Have to wait while the officers verify you're not surfacing into a storm or into danger or into anything that would make the brief taste of freedom immediately regrettable. And the waiting is torture. Sweet torture, because you can feel the boat's motion changing, can feel the difference between underwater travel and surface travel, can sense that you're close, so close to air that hasn't been recycled, to light that isn't artificial, to space that extends beyond metal bulkheads. When they finally open the hatch and call for personnel to proceed topside, the rush is immediate. Organized chaos as guys move through the boat toward the ladder, toward freedom, toward a few precious minutes of something resembling normal human existence. And you climb the ladder, climb toward the light, toward the sound of wind and waves, toward the smell of ocean air. And when you emerge onto the deck, when you take that first breath of actual fresh air, when you see the horizon, the sky, the sun, your brain short circuits, overloads, can't process the sensory input because it's been starved for so long, been living in sensory deprivation, and suddenly there's too much space, too much light, too much everything. The sun is overwhelming, painful. Even on an overcast day, it's too bright. And you squint like a vampire, like a prisoner released from solitary, your eyes watering from the intensity, your skin tingling from the UV radiation, from the warmth, from the sensation of natural light and heat that you'd forgotten existed. And you stand there on the rolling deck, feeling the wind, feeling the spray, feeling the boat move in ways it never moves underwater. And it's glorious, it's transcendent. It's a religious experience for atheists. This return to the surface world, this reminder that there's a world beyond the tube, beyond the confinement, beyond the metal and machinery and recycled everything. The space is disorienting. Looking at the horizon, at the sky, at distance measured in miles instead of feet. And your depth perception is confused. Your sense of scale is broken. You've been living in an environment where you can see maybe 30 feet in any direction, and now you can see to the horizon, can see clouds, can see weather systems, can see the curve of the earth if you know where to look. And it's too much. Your brain doesn't know how to process unlimited space anymore. Doesn't know how to deal with an environment that isn't pressing in from all sides. You want to run, want to sprint, want to move in straight lines for more than 20 feet. Want to spread your arms and spin like a kid. Want to use all this space, all this freedom. But the deck is small. The boat is still a confined space compared to land, and you settle for walking, for pacing, for moving back and forth while other guys do the same. Everyone quietly celebrating being alive, being outside, being in air that doesn't taste like metal and recycled sweat. The colors are intense, overwhelming. The blue of the ocean, the white of the clouds, the gray of the deck. Colors that seem super-saturated after months of fluorescent-lit compartments painted in institutional gray and beige. And you stare at the water, at the waves, at the foam. Seeing details your submarine-adapted eyes have forgotten how to appreciate. Seeing beauty in simple things like light reflecting off wave tops, like the pattern of wind on water, like the texture of the sky. Someone always comments on how good the air tastes, and everyone agrees, because it does. It tastes incredible, clean and fresh and full of ocean spray and nothing recycled about it. Pure oxygen-nitrogen mix provided by nature instead of machinery. And you breathe deep, breathe deliberately, filling your lungs with air that hasn't been through anyone else's lungs first. Air that hasn't been filtered and scrubbed and recirculated. And your body responds, your cells respond. You feel more alert, more alive, more human than you have in months. The psychological impact is profound, but temporary. You know, you're going back down. Know this is brief. Know that in a few hours or a few days, you'll submerge again, return to the tube, return to confinement. And that knowledge prevents complete relief, maintains tension, keeps you from fully relaxing even while you're enjoying the moment. Because submarine life has trained you that relief is temporary, that comfort is fleeting, that the ocean and the mission and the boat are patient and will reclaim you soon enough. And you'll go back down into the depths, back into the darkness, back into the metal tube that's been your whole world. And you'll stay there until the deployment ends, or something breaks, or the mission changes. And you'll dream about this moment, about standing topside, breathing real air under real sky, about freedom measured in minutes and remembered for years. The return to civilization after a submarine deployment is its own special kind of trauma, because you've spent months adapting to an alien environment, months rewiring your brain to accept confinement and recycled air and constant noise as normal. And now you have to adapt back, have to remember how to be a surface human, how to function in a world with space and privacy and choices. And that transition is harder than anyone who hasn't done it can understand. The boat pulls into port and there's families waiting, loved ones you haven't seen in months, relationships you've maintained through censored messages and hope. And you're supposed to be happy, supposed to be excited, supposed to run down the gangplank and embrace these people like you're in a movie. But the reality is more complicated, more nuanced, more psychologically fraught than Hollywood suggests. Because you're not the same person who left. You've changed in ways that are difficult to articulate, ways that make civilian concerns seem trivial, ways that create distance between you and people who haven't lived through what you've experienced. Your family doesn't understand why you flinch at sudden noises, why you can't sleep in a quiet room, why you wake up in the middle of the night disoriented and confused about where you are, why you keep the bedroom door open because closed doors trigger claustrophobia you didn't have before, why you stand in the shower for 30 minutes letting clean water run over you like it's a luxury worth savoring. Because to you it is. It's a miracle of unlimited hot water and actual water pressure and privacy that you'll never take for granted again. They don't understand why you can't handle crowds, why being in a packed restaurant or a busy store triggers anxiety. Not because there's too many people, but because there's too much space, too many escape routes, too many options, and your submarine-adapted brain is overwhelmed by choice, by possibility, by the lack of structure and routine and clear procedures for every situation. The sleep problems persist for months. Your circadian rhythm is destroyed. Your body doesn't know when to sleep. Melatonin doesn't help. Sleeping pills don't help. Nothing helps except time and patience, and accepting that normal sleep patterns might be permanently compromised, that you might spend the rest of your life sleeping in short cycles, waking at odd hours, struggling with insomnia that has nothing to do with stress and everything to do with months of training your body to sleep whenever possible, regardless of time or conditions. Food becomes an obsession, a joy, a source of constant pleasure, because you can eat fresh food, real food, food that doesn't come from cans or freezers, food that has texture and flavor and variety. And you eat everything, try everything, appreciate everything in ways that make your family think you've developed an eating disorder, when really you're just making up for months of culinary deprivation, months of institutional food and limited choices and meals that all tasted the same. You struggle with decision fatigue, with the overwhelming number of choices civilian life presents. What to wear, what to eat, where to go, what to do. Because submarine life eliminated choices, gave you uniforms and meal schedules and watch rotations and clear procedures. And suddenly having to make dozens of small decisions every day is exhausting, paralyzing, more stressful than you'd expect such minor choices to be. And you find yourself defaulting to routines, to habits, to structured approaches that minimize the need for decisions because your brain is tired of choosing, wants the simplicity of clear procedures and limited options. Relationships suffer, marriages end, girlfriends move on. Because the distance isn't just physical, it's psychological, emotional, fundamental. You've lived through experiences your partner can't understand, can't relate to, and you can't explain adequately, can't make them feel what you felt, can't bridge the gap between someone who's been to the bottom of the ocean in a metal tube and someone whose biggest stress is traffic or work deadlines, or normal civilian problems that seem insignificant, trivial, unworthy of the emotional energy people invest in them. You find yourself drawn to other submariners, to people who understand without explanation, who share the experience, who can laugh at submarine jokes and nod at submarine stories and don't judge the quirks and habits and damage patterns that submarine service creates. Because they have the same quirks, the same habits, the same damage. And there's comfort in that shared experience, that mutual understanding, that knowledge that you're not crazy, you're not broken, you're just submarine qualified. And that comes with certain permanent modifications to your psychology and behavior. The medical appointments start, hearing tests show damage, back problems from sleeping in confined racks, joint issues from working in cramped spaces, respiratory concerns from breathing recycled air. And the VA paperwork is endless. The bureaucracy is frustrating. The process of getting treatment for service-connected issues is its own battle, its own deployment. Except instead of fighting the ocean, you're fighting the administrative system. And sometimes the ocean seems more reasonable, more predictable, more willing to follow clear procedures Then the VA claims process. Let's talk about the daily routine in detail. The actual minute-to-minute existence aboard a submarine during normal operations. Because the deployment isn't all emergencies and drama. Mostly it's routine, endless routine, the same schedule repeating day after day until the days lose meaning and time becomes an abstract concept measured in watch rotations rather than calendar dates. And understanding this routine is understanding what actually breaks people. What actually makes submarine duty so psychologically challenging? Because humans aren't designed for this level of monotony, this lack of variation, this grinding sameness that erodes your sense of self and purpose and individuality. You wake up, or rather you stop trying to sleep. Because waking implies you are actually sleeping, and most of the time you're just lying in your rack in a state between consciousness and unconsciousness, listening to the ambient noise, feeling the boat move, waiting for your watch alarm or someone else's alarm or the 1MC announcement or whatever's going to interrupt your attempt at rest. And you slide out of your coffin rack, careful not to hit your head, careful not to wake the guy in the rack above you who's trying to sleep. Careful to remember which rack is yours, because in the darkness, with the privacy curtain closed, they all look the same. And more than one sailor has climbed into the wrong rack and had an awkward moment with a surprised occupant. Personal hygiene happens in whatever time you've got before watch. A rushed affair, brushing teeth at a crowded sink while other guys shave or wash faces or conduct their own abbreviated morning routines. And there's a rhythm to it, an efficiency, everyone moving through the same small space without collision, without conflict. Like a choreographed dance that's been practiced so many times, it's automatic, unconscious, muscle memory taking over while your brain is still trying to boot up for the day. Breakfast in the galley if you have time, grabbing whatever's available, eating quickly, mechanically, fuel rather than food. And the conversation is minimal. Guys are tired, focused on their own thoughts, their own preparations for the watch ahead. And the galley is cramped, so you eat and vacate. Make room for the next group. Maintain the flow. Keep things moving because there's always someone waiting, always another meal cycle starting. Watch rotation is the structure of your existence. 6 hours of focused attention on your assigned station, monitoring systems, performing checks, responding to orders, staying alert through the monotony of normal operations where nothing happens, nothing changes. The same readings showing the same values hour after hour, while your brain fights to stay engaged. Fights against the boredom. Fights the temptation to zone out, because zoning out on watch can kill people, can sink boats, can create emergencies that ruin everyone's day and possibly everyone's lives. The watch stations vary by rating, by qualification, by the needs of the boat. Some guys man the reactor controls, monitoring the nuclear plant. Some work sonar, listening for contacts. Some stand helm and planes, controlling depth and course. Some monitor electrical systems, or hydraulics, or environmental controls. And every station is important. Every job matters. Every person is a critical link in the chain that keeps the boat operational and safe. Though some jobs are definitely more boring than others. Some involve active engagement, while others are mostly watching gauges that never change and trying not to fall asleep standing up. Break time during watch is minimal. Maybe grab some coffee, use the head, stretch your legs by walking through a few compartments. But you can't go far. Can't be out of earshot of your station. Can't relax completely because you're still on watch, still responsible, still expected to respond immediately if something changes, if an alarm sounds, if an order comes down from control. So you're never truly at rest, never truly off duty, just in a slightly less intense state of readiness. The end of watch brings relief. 6 hours completed, 12 hours off until the next rotation. And you log your readings, brief your relief about the current status, any issues, any concerns. Hand over the station and head to the mess for a meal. Decompression, transition from watch mode to off-watch mode. Though the transition is more mental than physical because the environment doesn't change, the noise doesn't change, the confinement doesn't change. Only your responsibilities shift. Off-watch time should be rest time, but it's usually work time. There's always maintenance, always training, always qualifications to complete, always something that needs doing. And the Navy doesn't waste your off hours. They fill them with productive activity, mandatory training sessions, damage control drills, system maintenance, equipment checks, paperwork. Because an idle sailor is a potential problem, idle minds lead to morale issues. Better to keep everyone busy. Keep everyone focused. Keep everyone too tired to dwell on the situation, too occupied to think too hard about where they are and how much longer until deployment ends. Meal times provide structure. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, mid-rats. Regular intervals that mark the passage of time, that create rhythm in an otherwise timeless environment. And you eat whether you're hungry or not. Eat because it's mealtime. Eat because it's something to do. Eat because the routine demands it, and routine is everything on a submarine. Routine is sanity. Routine is stability. Routine is the framework that prevents complete psychological breakdown. Sleep comes when you can make it happen, when your schedule allows, when your body cooperates. And it's never quality sleep, never deep restorative sleep, always light troubled sleep interrupted by noise and announcements and your own anxiety. Always feeling like you haven't slept enough, even after 8 hours in your rack, always waking up tired, always functioning on some level of sleep deprivation that becomes your new normal, your baseline state of existence. The hierarchy on a submarine is absolute, rigid, enforced by tradition and necessity. And the recognition that in an environment this dangerous, this unforgiving, clear chains of command and instant obedience aren't just military protocol. They're survival requirements. And everyone from the newest seaman to the commanding officer understands that the rank structure exists because chaos kills. Because democracy doesn't work 300 feet underwater. Because someone needs to make decisions fast and everyone else needs to follow those decisions immediately without debate or hesitation or second-guessing. The commanding officer is God. This isn't an exaggeration or metaphor. It's the functional reality of submarine command. The CO has absolute authority, makes final decisions on everything from tactical maneuvers to menu changes. And questioning the CO's judgment is not just discouraged, it's potentially career-ending. Because submarine command requires confidence, requires certainty, requires a crew that trusts their leader completely, even when they don't understand the reasoning, even when the orders seem wrong, because the CO has information you don't have, context you're not cleared for, responsibilities you can't comprehend from your position as a junior enlisted watchstander. The executive officer is the CO's right hand, the implementer, the enforcer, the person who takes the CO's vision and makes it reality through the department heads and division officers. And the XO is usually the bad guy, the one who delivers bad news, who enforces standards, who holds people accountable, while the CO maintains some distance, some separation, some ability to be the benevolent authority figure, while the XO does the dirty work of actual leadership and discipline and crew management. The chief of the boat, the COB, is the senior enlisted advisor, the voice of the crew to the officers, the enforcer of enlisted culture and standards. And the COB has power that transcends rank, has authority that comes from experience and respect, and the recognition that chiefs run the Navy. Officers just think they do. And a good cob makes the boat run smoothly, maintains morale, solves problems before they reach the officers. While a bad cob creates divisions, destroys morale, turns the enlisted crew against leadership in ways that can cripple a boat's effectiveness. The junior enlisted sailors are the bottom of the hierarchy, the newest guys, the ones who know the least, contribute the least initially, have the most to learn and the least respect. And they're treated accordingly, given the worst jobs, the hardest watches, the most tedious maintenance tasks, subjected to constant training and qualification requirements, and general harassment that's justified as building character, but often feels like hazing, like punishment for being new, like paying dues in a system that values experience above all else. Earning your dolphins, qualifying in submarines, is the rite of passage that changes everything, that earns respect, that marks you as a real submariner rather than a non-qual puke who's taking up space and oxygen. And the qualification process is deliberately difficult, deliberately comprehensive, designed to ensure that everyone wearing dolphins knows the boat, knows the systems, knows enough to be useful in an emergency rather than just another body to evacuate. And the pride in earning those dolphins is real, justified, significant, because it represents months of study and testing and proving yourself to a crew that doesn't give respect easily. The different rates, the job specialties, have their own hierarchies and cultures. The nukes who run the reactor plant consider themselves intellectually superior. The sonar techs think they're the real warriors. The torpedo men embrace their role as the boat's offensive capability. The cooks endure constant criticism while knowing the crew depends on them. And there's rivalry, competition, good-natured and otherwise, between the rates, between the divisions, between the departments. All of it supervised by chiefs who remember when they were junior sailors and use that memory either to be better leaders or to justify making the current generation suffer the way they suffered. The wardroom, where the officers eat and hold meetings, is separated from the crew's mess, physically and culturally, and that separation is necessary, required by regulation and tradition. Because officers need space to discuss classified information, to make decisions, to maintain the distance that military hierarchy requires. But it also creates division, creates an us versus them dynamic where the enlisted crew sees officers as out of touch, as privileged, as not really understanding the day-to-day grind of submarine life, while officers see enlisted sailors as needing constant supervision, constant motivation, constant management. The riders, the non-crew personnel who embark for specific missions, are treated with suspicion, with resentment, with the general hostility that submariners reserve for outsiders who don't understand boat culture, who take up rack space, who consume resources, who complicate the carefully balanced ecosystem of submarine operations. And riders learn quickly to stay out of the way, to be invisible, to not ask stupid questions or interrupt crew routines. Because submariners have zero patience for people who don't pull their weight, who don't understand the boat, who represent the surface Navy's intrusion into the submarine world. Communication with the outside world is tightly controlled, heavily censored, deliberately limited. And this isolation from normal human connectivity is one of the hardest aspects of submarine life. Harder than the confinement, harder than the bad food, harder than the lack of sleep, because humans are social creatures who need connection with their tribe, their family, their community. And submarine operations require cutting those connections for operational security, for stealth, for the mission, and the psychological cost is enormous, measurable, devastating to relationships and mental health in ways the Navy acknowledges but considers acceptable losses in pursuit of operational effectiveness. Familygrams are your lifeline to the surface world, short messages of 40 words or less that family members can send through Navy channels, messages that get vetted by communications personnel who read every word looking for information that could compromise operations, looking for emotional content that might distract sailors, looking for bad news that needs to be delivered carefully rather than in a 40-word message that drops like a bomb into someone's day. And the messages that make it through are sanitized, brief, often frustratingly vague. Because 40 words isn't enough to convey real information, real emotion, real connection. It's just enough to remind you that there's a world above the surface that's continuing without you, where your family exists, where your life is happening in your absence, where people are making decisions and having experiences and moving forward while you're frozen in time inside a metal tube. Sending messages is equally limited, equally frustrating. You can't just call home, can't send an email, can't text or use social media or maintain the constant digital connectivity that modern life assumes as baseline. You write messages when communications windows allow, messages that go through the same censorship process, that get delayed by operational requirements, that might not be sent for days or weeks, depending on the tactical situation. And you have no way of knowing if your messages reach their destination, no confirmation, no response. Just faith that the system works and your words eventually reach the people you're trying to stay connected to. The communication schedule is unpredictable, deliberately so. Radio silence is maintained for operational security. The boat only transmits when necessary, only receives when safe to raise antennas. And those windows are brief, irregular, controlled by factors beyond your understanding or influence. So you might go weeks without any contact. Weeks of wondering what's happening at home, weeks of anxiety about family situations you can't monitor or influence, weeks of being completely cut off from everything and everyone you care about while maintaining operational effectiveness and pretending it doesn't bother you. Bad news gets delivered in person, by the CO or XO, and when you're called to the wardroom unexpectedly, when you see the serious expressions, when they ask you to sit down, you know something terrible has happened. Someone died, someone got injured, some crisis occurred. And you're about to receive information that will fundamentally change your life while you're trapped underwater, unable to respond, unable to attend funerals, unable to support family, unable to do anything except absorb the blow and continue your watch rotation because the boat doesn't stop, the mission doesn't pause. Your personal crisis is acknowledged with sympathy, but submarine operations continue regardless. Emergency communications for compassionate situations, for family emergencies that require your presence, involve complex coordination between the Navy and your command. And sometimes they'll surface the boat early, Sometimes they'll arrange a transfer at sea. Sometimes they'll medevac you off by helicopter. But these are extreme measures, rare interventions, and most family emergencies don't qualify. Most situations are handled by your family without you, and you receive updates through family grams and live with the guilt, the frustration, the helplessness of being unreachable when your family needs you, of being a submarine sailor first and a son or father or husband second. The isolation affects relationships, obviously, inevitably. Marriages struggle under the strain of months without contact. Girlfriends move on to guys who are actually present. Children forget what you look like, what your voice sounds like. Develop relationships with other father figures who are there for school events and bedtimes and everyday moments while you're underwater somewhere in the Atlantic or Pacific. Maintaining strategic deterrence or conducting intelligence operations or whatever classified mission justifies your absence from their lives. Letters are old-fashioned but treasured. Actual physical letters that arrive during port calls or get sent through Navy mail when the boat surfaces. And there's something tangible about a letter, something personal that emails and texts don't capture. The handwriting, the effort, the physical object that your loved one touched and you can touch, creating a connection across distance and time. And guys save letters, reread them, keep them in their racks as reminders that they exist to someone beyond the boat, beyond the crew, beyond the mission. Photos are limited. You bring a few from home, pictures of family, of better times, of the life you're missing. And you look at these photos during quiet moments, during off-watch time, trying to remember what civilian life feels like, trying to maintain connection with people who are becoming abstractions, faces in photographs rather than real presences in your daily life. And some guys stop looking at the photos because it hurts too much, reminds them too clearly of what they're sacrificing, what they're missing, what might not be waiting for them when they finally surface and return to a world that's moved on without them. The nuclear reactor. Let's discuss the elephant in the tube. The massive source of power and potential catastrophe that's humming away in its shielded compartment, providing propulsion and electricity and heat, while simultaneously being the thing that could kill everyone in ways that are invisible, cumulative and terrifying to anyone who understands radiation exposure and its long-term effects. And the guys who work in the reactor spaces, the nukes, they live with this reality more intimately than anyone else. They're exposed to levels of radiation that would make civilian nuclear workers refuse to show up for work. And they do it for years, accumulate exposure, earn hazard pay that doesn't really compensate for the increased cancer risk, for the potential genetic damage, for the knowledge that they're trading their future health for current operational effectiveness. The reactor compartment is off limits to non-qualified personnel, a sacred space protected by procedures and training, and the recognition that nuclear reactors require expertise, require respect, require constant vigilance from people who actually understand what they're doing. And the qualification process for reactor operators is brutal, comprehensive, designed to wash out anyone who doesn't have the intelligence, the dedication, the mental stability to be trusted with a nuclear reactor in a confined underwater space. And the guys who make it through are proud, justifiably proud, annoyingly proud sometimes, because they know they're doing something that most people can't do. Maintaining a controlled nuclear reaction while living next to it, sleeping next to it, breathing air that's been potentially contaminated by it. The radiation monitoring is constant, obsessive, paranoid, dosimeters everywhere, alarms set for exposure levels that trigger immediate response, decontamination procedures practiced regularly. And the monitoring isn't just for safety, it's for legal protection, for documentation, for the records that will determine disability claims and cancer compensation decades later, when the exposure catches up with the exposed, when the radiation does what radiation does and creates cellular damage that manifests as disease, as suffering, as early death that gets attributed to service, but compensated minimally because the VA fights every claim, questions every connection, makes veterans prove that their cancer came from submarine service rather than from bad luck or lifestyle choices. The reactor provides unlimited power. This is the miracle of nuclear propulsion. The boat can stay underwater indefinitely limited only by food and crew endurance rather than by fuel, can cross oceans without surfacing, can maintain high speeds without the diesel submarines need to snorkel and recharge batteries. And this capability is revolutionary, game-changing, the reason ballistic missile submarines can patrol undetected for months. The reason attack submarines can hunt other submarines effectively. The reason the submarine force became the strategic asset it is today. But the cost is complexity, is risk, is the requirement to maintain a nuclear reactor in conditions that would horrify the Nuclear Regulatory Commission if they had jurisdiction, which they don't. Because military reactors operate under different rules, looser standards, acceptable risk calculations that prioritize operational effectiveness over safety margins. The reactor scrams, automatic shutdowns triggered by detected anomalies, are terrifying events, even though they're designed to be safe. Designed to prevent catastrophic failures, because a scrammed reactor means loss of power, means immediate shift to emergency systems, means the boat is vulnerable, limited, operating on borrowed time while the reactor department diagnoses the problem, implements fixes, brings the reactor back online. And during that time, everyone is aware that they're in a degraded state, that they're not fully capable, that they're hoping nothing else goes wrong because they're already dealing with one emergency. And submarines don't have the luxury of handling emergencies sequentially. Sometimes they come in clusters. Sometimes Murphy's Law applies with enthusiasm. Sometimes one failure cascades into multiple failures, and suddenly you're managing a full crisis with limited resources and no backup. The coolant systems, the heat exchangers, the pumps and valves and instrumentation that keep the reactor operating safely. They're all critical systems that require constant maintenance, constant monitoring, constant attention. And the reactor watch standers live with pressure that other watch positions don't experience. Because their mistakes don't just affect operational effectiveness. They could create radiation releases, could cause reactor damage, could kill people in horrible ways, slowly, invisibly. And that pressure is documented in the stress-related health problems that nuclear operators experience at higher rates than other submarine ratings. The spent fuel, the radioactive waste, the contaminated components that result from reactor operations. They're stored on board, carefully contained, properly shielded. But they're there. They're adding to the radiation environment. They're creating disposal problems that won't be fully addressed until the boat is decommissioned decades later and becomes someone else's problem, becomes a environmental cleanup project, becomes a Superfund site where workers in protective equipment will spend years carefully dismantling and disposing of materials that are too dangerous to handle casually, but too expensive to handle properly. The weapon systems, because submarines aren't just underwater buses, they're warships. platforms for delivering ordnance, for killing people and sinking ships, and achieving military objectives through the application of explosive force. And living surrounded by torpedoes and missiles, and enough explosive power to level a city, creates its own psychological landscape, its own relationship with mortality and purpose, and the abstract nature of warfare. When you're not seeing the targets, not witnessing the destruction, just following procedures and launching weapons and trusting that someone up the chain of command has made the moral calculations that justify what you're about to do. The torpedo room doubles as berthing space. Guys sleep in racks surrounded by Mark 48 torpedoes, each one carrying hundreds of pounds of high explosive, each one capable of sinking a surface ship or killing another submarine. And sleeping next to weapons of war is surreal, normalizes violence, creates this casual relationship with death-dealing equipment that would seem bizarre to civilians, but becomes routine for submariners who need those racks, need that space. Except that every square inch of the boat has dual purposes, and storing your body near the stored weapons is just efficient use of limited real estate. The torpedo tubes are massive, complex mechanical systems designed to launch weapons while maintaining hull integrity. And loading torpedoes, maintaining torpedoes, preparing torpedoes for launch. These are technical operations that require precision, require care, require respect for equipment that's designed to destroy. And the torpedo men take pride in their weapons, maintain them meticulously, run practice loads and simulated launches, and qualify religiously because when the order comes to shoot, they need to be ready, need to be confident, need to know that their weapons will function as designed and kill as intended. The ballistic missile submarines carry nuclear weapons, intercontinental ballistic missiles with multiple warheads each, enough destructive power to eliminate entire cities, to kill millions of people, to participate in the end of civilization if the strategic deterrence mission fails and someone gives the order to launch. And the guys who maintain those missiles, who stand ready to launch them, they live with the abstract horror of being potentially responsible for genocide, for nuclear holocaust, for destruction on a scale that's difficult to comprehend. And they rationalize it as deterrence, as preventing war rather than fighting it, as maintaining peace through the threat of overwhelming retaliation. But the rationalization doesn't completely eliminate the moral weight, the ethical burden, the knowledge that their professional competence might someday translate into mega-deaths. The fire control systems, the computers and sensors and calculation equipment that turn target data into firing solutions, represent incredible technical complexity, decades of development, classified algorithms and secret capabilities. And the fire control technicians who operate these systems are trained to think in terms of geometry and physics and probability, to reduce warfare to mathematics, to abstract the human cost into numbers and vectors and optimal engagement parameters. And this abstraction is necessary, is protective, prevents the paralysis that might come from thinking too hard about what those numbers represent, what those firing solutions will accomplish if executed. The weapons drills are constant. Practice makes perfect. The crew runs through attack scenarios and launch sequences and emergency procedures until the responses are automatic, until muscle memory takes over, until thinking is eliminated from the equation and the crew becomes an efficient machine for converting orders into launched weapons. And this training is necessary, is critical, ensures that when the moment comes, the crew will perform rather than hesitate. will execute rather than question, will do their jobs regardless of the moral implications, because hesitation in combat kills, because doubt creates vulnerability, because submarines engaged in warfare need crews who follow orders instantly and completely. The target packages, the classified information about potential enemy vessels and installations, create this abstract enemy. This collection of data points and threat assessments that might represent actual people, actual families, actual humans who happen to be on the wrong side of whatever conflict justifies their destruction. But submariners don't think about that, can't think about that. Focus instead on the technical aspects of the engagement, on the tactical problems, on the professional challenge of successfully prosecuting attacks against defended targets in hostile environments. The psychological preparation for actual combat, for killing people, for sinking ships, for launching missiles. It's addressed in training but never quite captures the reality. Never quite prepares you for the moment when the order is real, when the launch is actual, when the weapons you've maintained and practiced with are finally being used for their designed purpose. And submariners who've seen combat, who've engaged enemy vessels, who've participated in actual warfare, they describe a disconnect, a surreal quality to the experience. Because you're killing people you can't see, destroying things you'll never witness, participating in violence that's mediated through technology and distance, and the abstract nature of underwater warfare where everything happens through sensors and computers rather than through direct observation and engagement. The unwritten rules of submarine culture, the informal codes and expectations and social structures that govern daily life in ways that are more powerful than official regulations, more immediately consequential than the uniform code of military justice. Because submarine culture is unique, developed over decades of operations, refined by countless crews, enforced through social pressure, and the recognition that violating these norms makes life harder for everyone in an environment where life is already hard enough without additional friction created by cultural violations and social incompetence. Silence during sleep hours is sacred, violable only for emergencies or watch relief, because everyone is sleep deprived. Everyone is struggling to rest in difficult conditions. And making unnecessary noise during designated quiet hours marks you as inconsiderate, as selfish, as someone who doesn't understand the basic social contract of submarine living. And the punishment is social, is ostracism, is the crew making your life difficult in subtle ways that can't be officially documented, but definitely impact your daily existence. And your reputation and your standing within the informal hierarchy that determines who gets respect and who gets barely concealed contempt. Hot racking etiquette requires leaving the rack in acceptable condition, not destroying the sheets, not leaving trash or personal items, not making the next occupant deal with your mess because you're sharing intimate space with strangers, rotating through the same sleep location, and maintaining basic cleanliness and consideration is the minimum requirement for civilized coexistence. And guys who violate this, who leave their racks disgusting, who treat shared space with disrespect, they get talked about, get avoided, get labeled as shitbags who can't be trusted with bigger responsibilities. Because if you can't handle basic rack courtesy, how can you be trusted with important duties? Meal times have hierarchies. Senior guys eat first or get priority access to limited good food, and trying to cut in line, trying to grab the last piece of something desirable, trying to violate the established pecking order. Gets you social correction, gets you reminded that respect is earned through time and qualification and contribution to the boat's mission, not assumed because you're hungry and want the good stuff before it's gone. The head usage during peak times requires efficiency, requires awareness that others are waiting, requires not lingering in the shower or taking excessive time in the stall when there's a line forming. Because limited facilities and 70 guys create resource constraints that demand cooperation and consideration and recognition, that your comfort is less important than the collective need for access to basic hygiene facilities. Personal space violations, touching someone else's rack or gear or personal items without permission, is serious business. Because privacy is already non-existent, and the little privacy you can carve out, the small zones of personal control you can maintain, they're defended fiercely, protected zealously. And violating these boundaries creates conflict, creates anger, creates situations where guys who are already stressed and confined and dealing with too much proximity might respond aggressively to defend the tiny amount of personal space they've managed to claim. Qualification progress is monitored socially. Non-quals who aren't making adequate progress toward their dolphins get pressure, get harassment, get reminded constantly that they're not contributing, not pulling weight, not earning their place on the boat. And this pressure is intentional, is designed to motivate, is the crew's way of enforcing standards when official channels are too slow or too lenient, and guys who remain non-qualified too long find themselves assigned the worst jobs, the hardest watches, the most tedious maintenance tasks, until they either qualify or request transfer, because they can't handle the social pressure. Watch relief protocol requires being early, being prepared, being ready to take over smoothly without drama or delay. Because the guy you're relieving has been standing watch for 6 hours, is tired, is ready to leave, is counting the minutes until his relief arrives. And showing up late, showing up unprepared, showing up requiring extensive briefing because you didn't bother to check current status, that's disrespectful. That's unprofessional. That's the kind of behavior that gets you remembered negatively and treated accordingly by guys who will eventually be relieving you and who remember how you treated them. Gossip spreads fast on a submarine. Everyone knows everyone's business. Privacy extends only to the physical curtain on your rack, not to your personal life, your relationships, your problems. And trying to keep secrets on a boat is futile, impossible. Because 70 guys living in proximity will observe everything, will discuss everything, will share information until everyone knows what you did, what you said, what happened. And your reputation is built on these observations, on the accumulated impressions of your behavior over months of deployment. And that reputation follows you, affects your relationships, determines how the crew treats you and whether they respect you or merely tolerate you. Humor is dark, cynical, inappropriate by civilian standards. Because submarine culture uses humor as coping mechanism, as pressure relief, as way to process the stress and fear and discomfort of daily life. And the jokes are offensive. The topics are taboo. The lines that civilians wouldn't cross get crossed constantly because when you're living in a potential tomb at the bottom of the ocean, regular social conventions don't apply. Regular sensitivities get abandoned, and the crew bonds through shared dark humor that outsiders wouldn't understand and probably would be horrified by if they heard it. But it works. It helps. It creates camaraderie through shared transgression and mutual acknowledgement that sometimes you have to laugh at terrible things because the alternative is crying or going crazy. The concept of time underwater becomes fundamentally altered. Divorced from natural cycles, unmoored from the solar day, transformed into an artificial construct maintained by clocks and watch schedules and arbitrary designations of morning and evening that have no relationship to actual daylight or darkness, because there is no daylight. There is no darkness that's natural, just artificial lighting that never changes intensity, never varies, never provides cues that your circadian rhythm can recognize and respond to appropriately. Weeks blur together into an undifferentiated mass of identical days, each one following the same pattern, the same watch rotations, the same meal times, the same maintenance schedules, and without external markers, without weather changes or seasonal variations or weekend breaks. The passage of time becomes abstract, becomes something you track intellectually rather than feel instinctively, becomes a number on a calendar that could represent any day, because every day looks and feels and sounds exactly the same as the day before. The Submarine maintains official time based on its operating area, Greenwich Mean Time or Zulu time for Atlantic operations, or local time zones for other areas. But this official time is arbitrary, meaningless to your body, irrelevant to your experience except as a coordination mechanism, a way to ensure everyone is using the same reference when scheduling watches and meals and maintenance. And you stop thinking about what time it actually is on the surface. Stop caring whether it's day or night in the world above. Stop maintaining connection with the natural cycle of human existence. Special occasions, birthdays, holidays, they happen but feel hollow, feel performed rather than genuine. Because celebrating Christmas or Thanksgiving or your birthday in a fluorescent-lit metal tube while eating mediocre food surrounded by tired sailors doesn't capture the spirit of celebration, doesn't create joy or meaning or connection with the traditions these occasions are supposed to represent. And the crew goes through the motions, acknowledges the date. Maybe the cooks prepare something special, but everyone knows it's artificial, knows they're pretending, knows the real celebration is happening somewhere above them without their participation. The halfway mark, the point in deployment when you've been underwater as long as you're going to remain underwater, gets celebrated with more genuine enthusiasm because that's a milestone that matters down here, that represents turning the corner, beginning the countdown toward surface, toward port, toward the end of confinement. And guys mark this on calendars, countdown days, maintain deployment boards that track progress toward the surface in ways that become obsessive, become talismans against the psychological weight of endless duration. The deployment length varies by mission, by boat type, by operational requirements. Ballistic missile submarines run longer patrols than attack submarines. Special operations might extend deployments beyond standard schedules. And nobody tells you how long you'll be down, except in vague terms, approximate timelines. Because operational security and flexibility mean concrete end dates aren't guaranteed, aren't promised, and you learn to live with uncertainty, with the possibility that your planned surface date might get extended, might get pushed back, might be subject to change based on factors you're not cleared to know about and wouldn't understand anyway. The psychological impact of temporal disorientation is documented, studied, researched by Navy medical and psychological personnel who want to understand what happens to human cognition and emotional regulation when you remove natural time cues and replace them with artificial schedules. And the findings aren't encouraging. People develop problems with short-term memory, with temporal perception, with planning and future orientation. Because when every day is the same, your brain stops encoding distinct memories, stops creating separate files for separate days, just lumps everything together into one long, undifferentiated experience of submarine existence. Sleep becomes divorced from time. You sleep when you can, when your schedule allows, regardless of whether it's officially morning or night. And your body stops trying to maintain normal patterns, stops fighting for circadian regularity, accepts that sleep is opportunistic, tactical, stolen from the watch rotation rather than scheduled according to natural rhythms. And this acceptance comes with costs, with health impacts, with cognitive degradation that accumulates over the deployment and doesn't fully resolve even after you surface and return to normal day-night cycles. The calendar becomes enemy and friend simultaneously. Enemy because it tracks how long you've been down, how much suffering you've accumulated, how many days you've survived, but friend because it also tracks progress toward the end, toward surface, toward freedom. And you mark off days compulsively, religiously, maintaining your personal countdown even though you know the official timeline might change, might be extended, might be subject to the operational requirements that supersede your desire to escape this temporal prison. The moment of actual combat, if it comes, if the boat transitions from peacetime operations to wartime engagement, represents everything the training prepared you for and simultaneously nothing like the training suggested. Because simulations don't capture the knowledge that you're hunting actual humans, preparing to kill real people, participating in warfare that has consequences beyond successful completion of exercise objectives and positive marks in training records. And the psychological transition from peacetime sailor to wartime combatant happens faster than you expect, facilitated by adrenaline and training and the immediate operational demands that don't leave time for philosophical reflection or moral hesitation. The detection of enemy contact, the sonar signature that represents a potential target, initiates a choreographed response. Battle stations are manned. The crew transitions from routine operations to combat readiness. And the casual atmosphere evaporates, replaced by focused intensity, by professional warriors doing what they're trained for, what they're paid for, what their entire career has prepared them for. And there's clarity in this moment, simplicity. The elimination of peacetime ambiguity and bureaucracy and administrative bullshit in favor of clear objectives and defined procedures, and the pure technical problem of successfully engaging an enemy that's trying to avoid detection while potentially hunting you simultaneously. The firing solution development is mathematical, clinical, divorced from the human reality of what those calculations represent. The fire control team analyzes target motion, predicts future position, calculates optimal weapon parameters, and there's comfort in this abstraction, in treating warfare as a geometry problem, as a physics exercise, as a technical challenge that requires precision, but doesn't require confronting the moral implications until later, until after, until you're back in port and have time to process what you participated in, what you accomplished, what you did. The captain's decision to shoot carries absolute weight, ultimate responsibility. The CO authorizes weapon release based on rules of engagement, based on threat assessment, based on years of training and judgment that's now being tested in actual combat conditions. And the crew trusts this decision, trusts that the captain has information and context they lack, trusts that the order to fire is legally justified and militarily necessary, because questioning combat orders in the moment isn't an option, isn't productive, isn't compatible with successful submarine warfare that requires immediate coordinated response rather than democratic debate about targeting decisions. The weapon launch, the actual moment of firing a torpedo or missile, is anticlimactic, mechanical, a series of valve operations and system activations that result in the weapon leaving the boat, beginning its run toward the target, autonomous now, beyond, recall, committed to its programmed mission of destruction. And the crew monitors the weapon's progress through sensors and sonar, tracks its approach to target, waits for impact confirmation, for the sounds of destruction, for evidence that the engagement was successful, that the target was neutralized, that the threat was eliminated. The aftermath of successful engagement brings complex emotions, relief that the threat is gone, satisfaction that training proved effective, professional pride in successful execution of difficult mission, but also the beginning of processing, of confronting what just happened, what you participated in, the lives that just ended because your boat launched a weapon, because your crew followed procedures, because warfare is what submarines exist to conduct, and you just conducted it successfully. And nobody talks about this complexity. Nobody acknowledges the moral weight, because submarine culture values toughness, values mission completion, values moving forward rather than dwelling on consequences that can't be changed and weren't your decision anyway. You just followed orders, did your job, maintained professional standards under stress. The possibility of being hunted, of being the target rather than the hunter, adds existential terror to combat operations because submarines hunt submarines. Enemy boats are searching for you while you're searching for them. And the cat-and-mouse game of mutual detection and evasion creates sustained stress, sustained hypervigilance, sustained awareness that silence is survival. That one mistake, one equipment noise, one procedural error could reveal your position to an enemy that will then attempt to kill you with the same clinical precision you'd apply to killing them. And this mutual vulnerability, this shared understanding that underwater warfare is a game of stealth and detection, where losing means dying, it creates respect for enemy submariners, even while you're trying to kill each other. Because they face the same challenges, the same conditions, the same fundamental absurdity of being trapped in metal tubes at the bottom of the ocean, trying to sink each other before being sunk. The decommissioning of a submarine, when a boat reaches the end of its service life, when years or decades of operations have accumulated enough wear, enough fatigue, enough obsolescence that continued operation isn't justified, represents the end of a living thing, the death of a ship that had personality, history, crew members who served aboard and have stories and memories and connections to this particular hull, this particular combination of steel and machinery and accumulated experience. And watching a boat get decommissioned is watching part of submarine heritage disappear, get scrapped, get reduced to scrap metal and radioactive waste disposal problems. The final deployment carries elegiac quality, melancholy atmosphere. Everyone knows this is the last time, the last patrol, the last opportunity for this particular boat to perform its mission. And there's pride mixed with sadness, satisfaction in completing service mixed with recognition that an era is ending. That the crews who sailed this boat before you established traditions and standards and reputations that you are now witnessing the conclusion of. The final chapter in a story that started decades ago when this hull was launched and someone christened it and crews began the process of transforming welded steel into a naval vessel with character and history. The crew takes photos, lots of photos, documenting everything, preserving memories, creating records of their time aboard this particular boat, because once it's decommissioned, these spaces will be closed, these compartments will be sealed. This particular combination of equipment and layout and quirks that made this boat unique will cease to exist, will be systematically dismantled, and the photos become artifacts, historical records, personal mementos of time served aboard a boat that no longer exists except in memory and documentation. The decommissioning ceremony is formal, traditional, military precision applied to the administrative act of removing a vessel from active service. Flags are lowered for the last time. The crew is dismissed. The boat officially transitions from commissioned warship to decommissioned hull awaiting disposal. And it's bureaucratic, procedural, unsatisfying for people who invested years of their lives in keeping this boat operational, who sacrificed relationships and health and normalcy to serve aboard this particular submarine. The nuclear reactor gets defueled, the radioactive core removed, transported to storage facilities, leaving behind a contaminated vessel that will require extensive decontamination before final disposal. And this process takes years, costs millions, creates problems for future generations who will inherit the radioactive legacy of nuclear naval propulsion. Who will be responsible for safely managing waste that remains hazardous for centuries while the operational benefits of this boat are forgotten, consigned to naval history books and veteran memories? The hull might be preserved as a museum. Some boats get this honor, get transformed from operational submarines to floating memorials where civilians can tour compartments and imagine submarine life and feel grateful they never had to actually live through what submariners endure. And these museum boats serve educational purposes, preserve history, maintain public awareness of submarine service. But they're sanitized, cleaned up, made safe for tourists. Nothing like the operational reality of a boat at sea with a full crew and active mission. Most boats get scrapped, cut apart, reduced to components and materials and waste products. The hull gets sectioned, the compartments get demolished, the equipment gets salvaged or disposed of. And watching this happen, seeing photos of a boat you served on being systematically destroyed, creates visceral, emotional response. Like watching a friend die, like witnessing the erasure of your own history, your own experience, your own service reduced to scrap metal and disposal records. The submarine veterans who served aboard decommissioned boats maintain connections, reunions, associations that preserve community and memory and shared experience. Because the boat might be gone, but the bonds remain. The relationships forged in confinement and stress and shared hardship don't disappear when the hull gets scrapped. And these veteran communities become repositories of submarine culture, keepers of traditions, living archives of what submarine service meant, what it required, what it cost the people who volunteered for duty beneath the waves. The submarine community is small, insular, exclusive in ways that create strong bonds within and impenetrable barriers without. Because not everyone can handle submarine duty, not everyone wants to handle it. And the self-selection process, combined with the qualification requirements and the shared experience of confinement, creates a brotherhood that's real, meaningful, profound in ways that civilian friendships rarely achieve, because civilian friendships aren't forged under pressure at the bottom of the ocean, where your survival depends on trusting the guy next to you to do his job correctly every single time, without fail. The submarine insignia, the dolphins. They're more than decoration, more than rank insignia. They're tribal markers that identify you to other submariners, that signal shared experience and mutual understanding and membership in a community that values things civilians don't understand, that prioritizes competence and reliability and the ability to function effectively in conditions that would break normal people. And wearing dolphins creates instant connection with other submariners. Instant recognition, instant respect that transcends normal military hierarchies because qualification earns respect regardless of rank. The submarine bars, the places near naval bases where submariners congregate, they're different from other military hangouts, quieter somehow despite the drinking, more introspective, less chest-thumping machismo and more dark humor and shared acknowledgement of what the job requires, what it costs, what it means to volunteer for duty that systematically destroys your circadian rhythm and your relationships and your ability to sleep in quiet rooms. And civilians who wander into these bars sense the difference. Sense that these aren't normal sailors. These are guys who've been somewhere different, who've done something most people can't imagine doing, who carry themselves with the quiet confidence that comes from successfully completing missions that tested their limits and proved their capabilities. The submarine force attracts certain personality types, people who are comfortable with technical complexity, with confined spaces, with hierarchy and procedure and clear expectations. People who can subordinate their individuality to team objectives without losing their sense of self. And the screening process attempts to identify these people, attempts to weed out the claustrophobic and the unstable, and the individualists who can't function in collective environments. But the screening isn't perfect. People slip through. People hide their problems until they're underwater and it's too late to send them back. And these failures create problems for everyone. Create weak links in chains that can't afford weakness. The retirement of submarine veterans creates its own challenges because civilian employers don't understand submarine qualifications, don't know what a reactor operator does, don't appreciate the skills required to maintain nuclear plants or operate sonar systems or coordinate complex technical operations under stress. And submarine veterans find themselves explaining their military experience to hiring managers who can't relate, can't translate submarine competencies into civilian job requirements, can't understand why someone who successfully operated nuclear reactors is qualified to do anything useful in civilian industry. The submarine community maintains its own informal support network. Veterans helping veterans find jobs, make connections, navigate the transition to civilian life, because nobody else understands what submarine service requires, what it changes in people, what challenges submariners face when trying to readjust to surface existence where people have personal space and privacy and sleep schedules that align with solar cycles. And this mutual support is necessary, critical. The difference between successful transition and becoming another veteran statistic, another casualty of military service who couldn't adapt to the civilian world that moved on without them while they were underwater. The pride in submarine service is real, justified, earned through surviving conditions that most people would refuse to endure, through maintaining professional standards under circumstances that challenge human limits, through completing missions that protect national security in ways the public never knows about, never appreciates, never acknowledges because submarine operations are classified and submarine achievements are secret. And the recognition submariners receive comes from each other, from the community, from the mutual respect of people who understand what it took to earn those dolphins and keep them. The legacy of submarine service extends beyond individual careers, beyond individual boats, becomes part of naval history, part of military tradition, part of the strategic capabilities that nations depend on for deterrence and power projection and maintaining maritime superiority. And every submariner who qualifies, who completes a deployment, who contributes to mission success becomes part of this legacy, adds their experience to the accumulated knowledge and tradition and culture that makes the submarine force effective, capable, essential to national defense, despite the personal costs imposed on the individuals who volunteer for this duty. The environmental impact of submarine operations rarely gets discussed, rarely enters public consciousness, because submarines are associated with national security and strategic deterrence and military necessity, not with environmental damage and pollution and ecological consequences. But the reality is that submarines leave traces, create problems, contribute to ocean degradation in ways that are documented, but downplayed, because acknowledging environmental costs complicates the narrative of clean nuclear power and efficient military operations and strategic capabilities that justify any collateral damage to marine ecosystems. The reactor coolant systems discharge heated water, thermal pollution that affects local ocean temperatures, disrupts marine life patterns, creates temperature gradients that alter ecological balances in ways that are measurable, documented, studied by marine biologists who note the impacts, but can't do much about them because military operations take priority over environmental concerns and national security trumps ecological preservation and governmental decision-making processes. The acoustic pollution from submarine operations, from active sonar, from machinery noise, from propeller cavitation. It affects marine mammals, disrupts whale communication, interferes with dolphin echolocation, contributes to the degradation of ocean acoustic environments that marine species depend on for survival, for navigation, for finding food and mates and avoiding predators. And occasional whale strandings get attributed to naval sonar. Occasional die-offs get linked to submarine exercises. But the Navy continues operations because the mission requires capabilities that produce these sounds, these impacts, these casualties that are regrettable but acceptable in pursuit of military effectiveness. The waste disposal from submarines operating at sea includes sewage, garbage, contaminated materials that get treated and processed but ultimately discharged into the ocean, adding to the pollution load, contributing to the degradation of marine environments that are already stressed by commercial fishing and shipping and climate change, and now also have to absorb the waste products of naval operations conducted by every submarine force in every navy worldwide. The chemical discharges from submarine operations, from battery systems, from cleaning agents, from hydraulic fluids and lubricants, and all the industrial chemicals required to maintain complex machinery in saltwater environments. These chemicals leak, seep, discharge into the ocean in quantities that individually seem insignificant, but collectively represent ongoing low-level contamination that accumulates in marine food chains, concentrates in apex predators, creates toxic loads that contribute to the broader pattern of ocean pollution that scientists are increasingly alarmed about but can't effectively regulate because naval operations claim exemptions from environmental regulations that apply to civilian activities. The nuclear waste from reactor operations, from contaminated equipment, from radioactive materials that accumulate over a submarine's service life. This waste gets stored, transported, supposedly managed safely. But the long-term storage solutions are inadequate, temporary, deferred problems for future generations who will inherit radioactive materials that remain hazardous for thousands of years, while the submarines that produced them are forgotten, scrapped, erased from everything, except the persistent environmental legacy of materials that don't break down, don't become safe, don't stop being dangerous just because the boats that created them are gone. The testing ranges where submarines practice torpedo launches and weapons operations become contaminated zones, littered with unexploded ordnance, with practice weapons, with debris from decades of military exercises. And these areas remain hazardous, restricted, unusable for commercial fishing or recreation. Permanent sacrifice zones dedicated to military training that civilian populations accept because they trust that national defense requires these compromises. These environmental costs that are real and measurable, but somehow less important than maintaining combat readiness. The climate impact of nuclear submarines seems minimal compared to fossil fuel-powered vessels. This is the narrative. Nuclear power is clean power. Submarines operating on nuclear reactors don't produce carbon emissions the way diesel submarines do. But this ignores the carbon cost of building submarines, of mining uranium, of processing fuel, of constructing reactors, of maintaining nuclear infrastructure, of eventually disposing of radioactive hulls. And when you account for the full life cycle environmental cost of nuclear submarine operations, the clean power narrative becomes more complicated, more nuanced, less clearly superior to conventional alternatives. The ocean areas where submarines operate intensively show measurable environmental degradation, reduced marine biodiversity, altered species distributions, changes that correlate with naval activity but can't be definitively attributed to it. Because ocean ecosystems are complex, influenced by multiple factors, difficult to study comprehensively. But the evidence suggests that submarine operations contribute to the broader pattern of human impacts on ocean environments that are increasingly stressed, increasingly degraded, increasingly unable to provide the ecosystem services that human civilization depends on for survival. The technological evolution of submarines represents incredible engineering achievement. The progression from early diesel boats that could barely submerge for hours to modern nuclear submarines that can stay underwater for months. From primitive manual controls to sophisticated computer systems, from basic sonar to acoustic arrays that can detect contacts hundreds of miles away. And this evolution came at enormous cost in research funding, in development failures, in lives lost testing new technologies and pushing operational envelopes, in submarines that sank, crews that died, lessons learned through tragedy and purchased with blood. The early submarines were death traps, primitive vessels with limited depth capability, inadequate life support, no safety systems worth mentioning. And the crews who manned these boats were either incredibly brave or incredibly ignorant about the risks, probably both. And the casualty rates reflected the dangers. Boats lost to accidents, to equipment failures, to enemy action against vessels that couldn't defend themselves effectively, couldn't escape, couldn't survive damage that modern boats would shrug off. And every improvement, every advancement, every new capability came from analyzing what went wrong, what killed people, what needs to change to prevent the same failures from killing future crews. The transition to nuclear power was revolutionary but terrifying. Putting nuclear reactors in submarines seemed insane to critics who questioned whether the technology was mature enough, whether the safety systems were adequate, whether the risks were acceptable. And the early nuclear boats had problems, had reactor incidents, had contamination events that proved the critics partially right, partially justified. But the strategic advantages were too significant to abandon. The capability to stay submerged indefinitely was too valuable to surrender. So the Navy persisted. Improved systems, refined procedures, accepted risks that civilian nuclear programs wouldn't tolerate, because military necessity and operational requirements override safety margins that civilian regulators insist on. The computer systems integration transformed submarine operations from manual calculations and human judgment to automated systems that process information faster, more accurately, more reliably than humans can. And this automation improved capabilities, but also created vulnerabilities, dependencies on technology that can fail, that can be hacked, that creates single points of failure in ways that manual systems with human operators never did. And the transition to computer-dependent operations required new training, new maintenance approaches, new ways of thinking about system reliability and failure modes. The sonar technology progression from passive listening to active transmission to sophisticated signal processing that can discriminate between biological noise and mechanical contacts, that can classify submarines by acoustic signature, that can track multiple contacts simultaneously while maintaining stealth. This progression made modern submarines incredibly capable, but also incredibly complex, requiring specialists who understand signal processing and acoustic propagation and computer programming. Guys who are more engineers than traditional sailors, who maintain systems they could never repair at sea without spare parts and diagnostic equipment and technical support that sometimes requires surfacing and calling for help. The weapons system's evolution from basic torpedoes to wire-guided weapons, to autonomous torpedoes with sophisticated targeting algorithms, to cruise missiles that can strike land targets hundreds of miles inland. This advancement transformed submarines from platforms for sinking other ships into strategic assets that can influence land warfare, that can conduct strike missions, that can deliver conventional or nuclear warheads with precision that earlier generations couldn't imagine. And this capability expansion came with complexity expansion, with training requirements that take years, with maintenance demands that consume enormous resources, with costs that make submarines among the most expensive military assets any nation operates. The stealth technology improvements, better hull designs, quieter propulsion systems, acoustic dampening, advanced propeller designs that minimize cavitation. These advances made modern submarines incredibly difficult to detect, turned submarine warfare into a game where the quieter boat usually wins, where acoustic signature reduction is prioritized above almost everything else. And the engineering required to make a nuclear submarine quiet while operating a reactor and running machinery and moving through water represents incredible technical achievement that most people never think about, never appreciate, never understand, because submarine acoustic technology is classified, and the public never learns how quiet these boats actually are or how they achieve that quietness. The depth capability progression from a few hundred feet to depths that crush lesser vessels, that approach theoretical limits, that require hull metallurgy and engineering, that pushes material science to extremes. This advancement gave submarines tactical advantages, but also created new dangers, new failure modes, new ways for things to go catastrophically wrong. At depths where rescue is impossible and implosion is instantaneous, the rescue capabilities for disabled submarines, the systems and procedures designed to save crews when boats sink or become trapped underwater, they exist, they're practiced, they're maintained by navies that recognize submarines are inherently dangerous and accidents will happen despite best efforts and prevention. But the reality is that rescue is difficult, time-sensitive, often impossible. And the reassurances about rescue capabilities are more psychological comfort than operational reality, because when a submarine goes down in deep water far from shore, the odds of successful rescue approach zero, and everyone in the submarine community knows this, accepts this, chooses to trust in equipment and training and luck, rather than in rescue systems that might not arrive in time, might not be able to reach the boat, might not be able to extract the crew before oxygen runs out, or pressure hull fails, or any of the other failure modes that turn disabled submarines into tombs. The escape trunks, the systems designed to allow crew members to escape from a disabled submarine, require training, require nerve, require conditions that rarely exist when you actually need to use them. Because escaping from depth requires slow ascent to avoid decompression, sickness, requires functioning escape equipment, requires sea state that allows swimmers to survive on the surface, requires location knowledge so rescue forces know where to look. And most submarine disasters don't provide these conditions, don't allow time for organized escape, don't happen in shallow enough water for escape to be viable. So the escape trunks exist more as theoretical capability than practical rescue option for most scenarios where you'd need them. The rescue submarines, the deep submergence rescue vehicles that can mate with disabled boats and extract crew members, they're maintained by major navies. They're deployed in exercises. They're positioned for rapid response. But rapid is relative. Getting a rescue sub to a disabled boat takes time, takes coordination, takes knowing where the boat is and whether it's in condition to be rescued. And that information might not be available, might be delayed by communication failures, might be uncertain because the disabled boat can't transmit or can only send fragmentary distress signals that don't provide enough data for effective rescue planning. The oxygen limitation is the critical constraint. Disabled submarines have limited air supply. The CO2 scrubbers have limited capacity. The crew has limited time before the atmosphere becomes toxic, becomes unbreathable, becomes lethal. And this time limit, measured in hours or maybe days for boats with full crews generating carbon dioxide faster than systems can remove it, creates urgency that rescue capabilities can't always meet, creates situations where rescue forces arrive to find a boat full of dead sailors who ran out of breathable air before help could reach them. The pressure hull failure, the catastrophic implosion that happens when damaged boats sink below crushed depth. This kills everyone instantly, mercifully, provides death that's too fast for fear or suffering. And in some ways, this is preferable to slow suffocation, to dying gradually while waiting for rescue that doesn't come. But either way, the outcome is the same. The crew is lost. The boat is destroyed. The families receive notifications and flags and explanations that don't really explain why their loved ones volunteered for duty this dangerous, this unforgiving, this likely to end in tragedy when things go wrong. The historical submarine disasters, the boats that sank with all hands, the accidents that killed entire crews, They're remembered, commemorated, studied for lessons learned, analyzed for failure modes that can be prevented. And the list is long. Dozens of submarines lost, hundreds of sailors dead, incidents that span decades in navies and demonstrate that submarine operations are inherently risky regardless of technological advancement or safety procedures or crew training. Because you're operating complex machinery in hostile environment where mistakes are unforgiving and equipment failures are catastrophic and rescue is uncertain. The psychological impact of knowing rescue is unlikely, of accepting that submarine service means accepting significant mortality risk. That volunteering for submarines means acknowledging you might die underwater with no realistic hope of being saved. This knowledge affects submariners differently. Some compartmentalize it, some embrace it as part of the warrior ethos. Some live with constant anxiety that they manage through denial or dark humor or faith in equipment and training. But everyone knows. Everyone has thought about it. Everyone has imagined what it would be like to be trapped in a disabled submarine, listening to the hull creak while the air gets thinner and the hope fades, and the crew accepts their fate. The memorial services for lost submarines, the ceremonies that remember crews who died, the monuments that list names of sailors who went down with their boats. They serve important function, provide closure for families, maintain institutional memory of sacrifice and loss. Remind current submariners that their service is dangerous. Their predecessors died doing what they're doing. Their own names might someday join the memorial lists if equipment fails, or accidents happen, or bad luck strikes at the wrong moment, in the wrong conditions, with the wrong consequences. The international submarine community operates in strange duality, simultaneously adversaries and colleagues. Because submariners from different navies might be hunting each other during operations, might be preparing to kill each other if war comes. But they also share understanding of what submarine duty requires, what it costs, what it means to volunteer for service that's universally difficult regardless of which flag you serve under, which language you speak, which nation you're defending. And this creates mutual respect, professional courtesy, recognition that submarine warfare is challenging enough without personal animosity toward the guys in the other boats who face the same conditions, the same challenges, the same fundamental absurdity of living underwater in metal tubes. The international submarine conferences, the professional gatherings where submarine officers from allied and neutral nations meet, discuss technology, share lessons learned, build relationships. These events maintain communication channels, reduce misunderstandings, create personal connections that might matter during crises when you're trying to avoid escalation, trying to maintain professional standards even during tensions, trying to remember that the guy on the other side is also a professional submariner who deserves respect regardless of political differences between governments. The espionage targeting submarine technology is intense, constant, sophisticated, because submarines represent strategic capabilities that nations guard jealously, protect obsessively, try to steal from competitors through intelligence operations that target submarine construction, acoustic signatures, operational patterns, anything that might provide tactical advantage or reveal vulnerabilities. And submarine forces maintain security accordingly, classify everything, limit information access, create compartmentalized knowledge that makes espionage difficult, but also makes coordination and training more challenging, because information doesn't flow freely when everything is classified. The acoustic signature databases, the recordings of submarine sounds that nations maintain to identify and track enemy boats, represent decades of intelligence collection, processing, analysis, continuous updates as submarines are modified and new boats are commissioned and old boats are retired. And these databases are incredibly valuable, incredibly classified, incredibly contested through intelligence operations that try to steal or corrupt or compromise the data that makes submarine detection possible. The submarine tracking, the continuous effort to locate and monitor enemy submarines, consumes enormous resources, requires dedicated aircraft, surface ships, submarine hunters, fixed sensor arrays, satellite systems, all coordinated to maintain awareness of submarine locations and movements, to reduce the uncertainty that makes submarines effective, to compromise the stealth that submarines depend on. And this cat-and-mouse game continues constantly, peacetime and wartime, with each side trying to track the other while avoiding being tracked, trying to maintain operational security while penetrating enemy security, trying to achieve information superiority that provides tactical advantage. The submarine arms race, the continuous competition to build quieter boats, deeper diving boats, faster boats, better armed boats, more capable boats. This competition drives technological innovation, but also drives costs, creates pressure to deploy systems before they're fully tested, creates risks that get accepted in pursuit of competitive advantage, creates situations where submarines become test beds for experimental technology that might work brilliantly or might fail catastrophically, with crews paying the price for pushing technical boundaries. The submarine alliances, the cooperative arrangements where allied nations share submarine technology, coordinate submarine operations, integrate submarine capabilities into combined military strategies. These arrangements provide force multiplication, but also create dependencies, require trust, expose classified information to foreign personnel who might not maintain the same security standards, who might have different priorities, who might change political alignments and take submarine knowledge to new alliances, new relationships, new strategic configurations. The submarine veterans from different nations, guys who served in different navies but share submarine experience. They connect at international reunions, maintain friendships that transcend national boundaries, share stories that reveal how similar submarine service is, regardless of nationality. How universal the challenges are, how consistent the experience is across cultures and languages and political systems. Because submarines are submarines, confinement is confinement. And the physics of underwater operations don't respect national borders or ideological differences. The future of submarine technology points toward automation, toward artificial intelligence, toward unmanned systems that don't require life support or food or sleep, that can operate at depths humans can't survive, that can stay deployed for years rather than months, that eliminate the human weaknesses and limitations that currently constrain submarine operations. And this future is exciting from engineering perspective, terrifying from employment perspective, controversial from ethical perspective, because replacing human crews with autonomous systems raises questions about control, about decision-making, about whether we trust machines to make warfare decisions that currently require human judgment, human morality, human accountability. The unmanned underwater vehicles, the UUVs already operating in limited roles, scouting, surveillance, mine detection. They demonstrate technical viability of autonomous submarine operations. They prove that remote control or programmed missions can accomplish tasks that previously required human operators. And the progression from these limited systems to fully autonomous submarines seems inevitable, seems logical, seems like the natural evolution of technology that started with human-crewed vessels and ends with artificial intelligence conducting underwater operations without direct human control or even human awareness. The artificial intelligence integration into submarine systems creates capabilities and concerns. AI can process sonar data faster than human operators, can identify patterns humans might miss, can coordinate complex operations with precision humans can't match. But AI also makes mistakes, follows programming that might be flawed, lacks contextual understanding that humans bring to ambiguous situations, creates accountability problems when autonomous systems make decisions that result in casualties or international incidents or escalation that wasn't intended by the programmers who wrote the code or the commanders who deployed the systems. The cyber warfare vulnerability of automated submarines represents enormous risk because computerized systems can be hacked, can be compromised, can be turned against their operators through cyber attacks that exploit vulnerabilities in code, in networks, in the complex software ecosystems that modern submarines depend on. And the more automated submarines become, the more dependent on computer systems, the more vulnerable they are to cyber warfare that could disable capabilities, compromise missions, turn friendly submarines into threats through malicious code injection or system infiltration. The reduced crew requirements for automated submarines seem beneficial. Fewer people to train, fewer life support demands, smaller berthing areas, lower operating costs. But automation also means fewer eyes on systems, fewer humans to notice anomalies, fewer people to adapt to unexpected situations, fewer sailors developing the expertise and experience that comes from hands-on operations, creating knowledge gaps, capability losses, dependencies on systems that work perfectly until they don't. And then nobody knows how to recover because the humans who used to understand these systems deeply have been replaced by automation that handles routine operations but fails catastrophically when confronted with situations outside its programming. The ethical debates about autonomous weapons, about allowing AI to make kill decisions, about removing human judgment from warfare. These debates apply especially to submarines that already operate in classified environments with limited communication, limited oversight, limited real-time control. And adding autonomy to this mix creates scenarios where machines might start wars, might escalate conflicts, might make decisions that human operators would never approve, but that happen anyway, because the AI determined it was following its programming, achieving its objectives, executing its mission parameters in ways that seemed logical to algorithms but catastrophic to humans. The transition period between human-crewed and autonomous submarines will create mixed fleets, hybrid operations, situations where human and machine submarines operate together with all the coordination challenges and capability mismatches and doctrinal confusion that implies. And this transition will be difficult, expensive, risky, full of failures and setbacks and accidents that teach lessons about automation limits, about human-machine interface, about the dangers of replacing judgment with algorithms in domains where mistakes kill people and wrong decisions start wars. The submarine veterans of the future, guys who operated boats during this transition, who witnessed automation replacing human skills, who saw their ratings become obsolete as machines took over functions that used to require human operators. They'll have complicated feelings about technological progress that improved capabilities, but eliminated their expertise, their purpose, their identity as skilled operators in specialized field that machines eventually mastered better than humans ever could. The submarine presence in popular culture, in movies and books and video games, creates public perception that's simultaneously too heroic and too sanitized, portraying submarine duty as adventurous and patriotic, while editing out the boredom, the discomfort, the psychological toll, the relationship damage, the health impacts, everything that makes submarine service actually difficult rather than just cinematically dramatic. And this cultural representation attracts recruits who discover too late that reality doesn't match Hollywood's version, doesn't include the soundtrack or the clear narrative arc or the guaranteed heroic moments that films provide, but actual deployments rarely deliver. The submarine movies, from Das Boot to Hunt for Red October to Crimson Tide, they capture certain elements effectively: the claustrophobia, the tension, the dramatic emergencies. But they compress months of deployment into 2 hours, eliminate the endless routine, focus on crisis moments that represent tiny fractions of actual submarine time. And audiences watch these films thinking they understand submarine life when they've only seen the highlights, the dramatic peaks, the situations that make good cinema but aren't representative of the day-to-day grinding reality of submarine operations. The submarine documentaries provide more accurate portrayal, but still edit for pacing, still select interesting moments, still can't really capture what it's like to spend 4 months underwater, because that experience doesn't translate well to television, doesn't maintain viewer attention, doesn't reduce to sound bites and compelling visuals. So even documentaries that try to show realistic submarine life end up creating condensed version that's educational, but not truly representative of the psychological weight, the temporal distortion, the sensory deprivation that defines actual submarine deployments, the submarine video games, the simulators, the entertainment products that let players command submarines and fight naval battles. They gamify submarine warfare, turn serious military operations into entertainment, create simplified models that focus on exciting combat while eliminating everything that makes real submarine operations challenging. The maintenance, the qualifications, the watch rotations, the bad food, the personality conflicts, all the human factors that determine whether submarine operations succeed or fail, in ways that have nothing to do with tactics or weapons employment or the strategic scenarios that games emphasize. The submarine museums, the preserved boats that let public tour compartments and see equipment and try to imagine submarine life, they serve valuable educational purpose, but they're sanitized, cleaned, modified for tourist safety. Nothing like operational submarines with full crews and active systems and the smells and sounds and atmospheric qualities that make submarines uniquely unpleasant environments. And tourists walk through these museums thinking they've experienced submarines when they've really just visited empty museum installations that bear about as much resemblance to operational boats as a skeleton bears to a living person. The submarine literature, the memoirs and histories and technical books about submarine operations, they provide better accuracy than visual media, allow more detailed exploration of submarine culture and experience, give submariners opportunity to explain what duty actually involves. But even written accounts struggle to convey the totality of submarine experience. The accumulated weight of small discomforts, the psychological erosion of prolonged confinement, The relationship dynamics of 70 guys living in impossible proximity. Because words can describe, but can't reproduce, the visceral reality of actually being there, actually living it, actually enduring it for months while wondering if you'll maintain sanity until surface. The public fascination with submarines reflects interest in military capability, in technology, in the mysterious underwater world. But the public understanding of submarine service remains superficial, based on entertainment rather than education, on dramatic portrayals rather than realistic accounts, on cultural representations that serve narrative purposes rather than documentary accuracy. And this disconnect between public perception and submarine reality means civilians thank submariners for their service without understanding what that service actually costs, what it requires, what it does to people who volunteer for duty that's portrayed heroically but experienced as prolonged psychological and physical endurance test. The submarine recruiting materials, the Navy's own portrayal of submarine service, emphasizes adventure and technology and elite status while downplaying the difficulties, the challenges, the realities that would discourage potential recruits if presented honestly. And this creates a pipeline of new sailors who arrive at submarine school with expectations formed by recruiting videos and discover reality that's significantly different, significantly harder, significantly less glamorous than the marketing suggested. And some adapt, some embrace the challenge, some earn their dolphins and become career submariners. But others struggle, fail, request transfers, realize they've made terrible mistake volunteering for duty. They didn't really understand despite all the information available because the information was filtered, sanitized, optimized for recruitment rather than realistic expectation setting. The medical challenges of submarine operations extend beyond the corpsman's capabilities, beyond the limited medical equipment carried on board, beyond the emergency procedures that handle common problems but can't address serious medical emergencies that require facilities, specialists, equipment that don't exist on submarines and can't be improvised from available resources. And when serious medical emergencies happen underwater, the options are limited, unsatisfying, sometimes fatal despite everyone's best efforts to save patients who need care that submarines simply cannot provide. The appendicitis scenario is the classic submarine medical emergency. The condition that's common enough to be statistically likely during long deployments, but serious enough to require surgery that the corpsman isn't trained for, isn't equipped for, can't safely perform in non-sterile environment with limited anesthesia and no backup if complications arise. And submarines have surfaced early for appendicitis, have arranged emergency transfers, have had corpsmen perform desperate appendectomies under impossible conditions because the alternative was watching the patient die from peritonitis. And these emergency surgeries become legendary stories. Tales of corpsmen who exceeded their training because they had no choice, because someone had to act and they were the only medical personnel available. The dental emergencies, severe toothaches, abscessed teeth, broken crowns, conditions that are painful but not immediately life-threatening create misery for patients who have to endure pain until the boat surfaces, because dental work requires equipment the corpsman doesn't have, skills the corpsman doesn't possess. And pain medication only does so much, only dulls the agony, doesn't fix the underlying problem that's going to persist for weeks or months, until the deployment ends and real dentists can provide real treatment. The mental health crises, severe anxiety attacks, depressive episodes, psychological breaks that happen when someone hits their limit. When the confinement and stress and isolation become overwhelming, these situations challenge the corpsman's capabilities, challenge the command's leadership, challenge the crew's patience. Because dealing with someone who's psychologically unraveling requires resources submarines don't have, requires interventions beyond what the corpsman can provide, requires space and privacy and therapeutic approaches that don't exist in submarine environment, where the triggering conditions can't be eliminated and the patient can't escape the stressors that cause the crisis. The injury treatment from workplace accidents, from maintenance mishaps, from the inevitable injuries that happen when people work with machinery in confined spaces. These are within the corpsman's capabilities usually. Broken bones get splinted, cuts get sutured, burns get treated. But serious injuries, crush injuries, severe burns, traumatic wounds, these exceed available medical resources, create situations where the corpsman provides what care they can while knowing it's inadequate, knowing the patient needs hospital care, knowing that evacuation might not be possible quickly enough to prevent complications, permanent damage, death from injuries that would be survivable with proper medical intervention, the chronic condition management for sailors with diabetes, with heart conditions, with other ongoing medical issues that require monitoring and medication and regular care. This creates complications because submarines aren't designed for medical patients, aren't equipped for continuous medical oversight. And sailors with serious chronic conditions generally don't serve on submarines because the medical risk is too high. The support requirements are too extensive. The likelihood of medical emergency too great, so submarine crews are theoretically healthy populations, screened for medical fitness. But screening doesn't catch everything, doesn't predict emergencies, doesn't prevent conditions from developing during deployment. The infectious disease outbreaks, flu viruses, gastrointestinal bugs, respiratory infections that spread rapidly in confined environment with limited isolation capabilities. These create situations where significant portions of the crew are sick simultaneously, where watch rotations get stressed, where operational capability gets degraded, where the corpsman treats dozens of patients with limited medication and no ability to truly isolate sick personnel from healthy crew, so infections spread, run through the boat, eventually burn out when everyone's been exposed and either recovered or developed immunity. The medical evacuation procedures, the complex coordination required to extract seriously ill or injured sailors from submarines, involve surfacing, rendezvous with surface vessels or aircraft, transfer in potentially rough seas, all while maintaining patient stability, minimizing delay, balancing medical need against operational security and mission requirements. And these evacuations are dangerous, complicated, stressful for everyone involved. And sometimes they happen too late. Sometimes the patient doesn't survive the transfer. Sometimes the medical emergency that prompted evacuation proves fatal despite everyone's efforts to save them. The long-term health impacts of submarine service accumulate silently, reveal themselves years after deployment, manifest as conditions that get attributed to submarine duty, but proved with difficulty, compensated reluctantly, acknowledged incompletely by the VA system, that questions whether submarine service really caused the cancer, the hearing loss, the joint problems, the mental health issues that veterans present with decades after their service ended. And the burden of proof falls on veterans to demonstrate connection between their conditions and submarine exposure. And that proof is often impossible to provide definitively. So claims get denied, appeals get filed, veterans fight bureaucratic battles that sometimes last longer than their submarine careers did. The cancer rates among submarine veterans, particularly among guys who worked in reactor spaces, who accumulated radiation exposure, who breathed air contaminated with trace radioactive particles. These rates are measurably higher than general population, statistically significant, documented in studies that the Navy acknowledges but disputes the implications of. And veterans develop leukemia, lymphoma, thyroid cancer, conditions associated with radiation exposure, conditions that appear 20 or 30 years after service, conditions that destroy retirement plans and drain savings and kill guys who survived submarine duty only to die from its delayed consequences. The hearing loss is universal, unavoidable, the result of years of exposure to machinery noise, to sonar equipment, to the constant barrage of sound that submarines generate. And veterans leave service with tinnitus, with hearing damage, with the constant ringing that never stops, that interferes with sleep, with conversation, with quality of life. And the VA provides hearing aids, provides disability ratings, but can't restore the hearing that was permanently damaged by submarine service. Can't eliminate the tinnitus that becomes permanent companion to veterans who sacrificed their hearing for the silent service. The joint problems, the back injuries, the cumulative damage from working in confined spaces, from sleeping in inadequate racks, from repetitive stress injuries that accumulate over years of bending and twisting and maneuvering through spaces barely large enough for human bodies. These problems manifest as chronic pain, as limited mobility, as arthritis that appears earlier than it should, that restricts activity, that requires ongoing treatment and pain management and acceptance. That submarine service accelerated physical degradation in ways that affect daily living for rest of life. The mental health impacts, the PTSD, the anxiety disorders, the depression that appears years after service. These conditions stem from chronic stress, from traumatic experiences, from psychological injuries that weren't recognized during service, weren't treated adequately, weren't addressed until symptoms became severe enough to interfere with civilian life, with relationships, with employment. And the VA mental health system is overwhelmed, understaffed, inadequate to meet demand from veterans across all services. But submarine veterans have unique mental health challenges, unique stressors, unique experiences that therapists who haven't served on submarines struggle to understand, to address, to treat effectively. The sleep disorders that persist long after submarine service, the inability to maintain normal sleep patterns, the chronic insomnia that comes from years of disrupted circadian rhythms, from watch rotations that destroyed natural sleep cycles, from conditioned hypervigilance that prevents deep sleep even in safe civilian environments. These disorders affect quality of life, affect health, affect relationships, create ongoing struggles with fundamental biological need for rest that submarine service permanently compromised. The relationship damage that accumulates during submarine service, the divorces, the estrangements from children, the friendships that couldn't survive the distance, and the absences, and the inability to maintain connection through deployment after deployment. These relationship casualties don't get counted in official statistics, don't receive compensation, don't get acknowledged as service-connected losses, even though they absolutely are. Even though submarine duty directly caused the relationship failures through prolonged absence, through changed personalities, through psychological damage that made intimacy difficult and emotional connection challenging and normal. Family life impossible for guys who couldn't readjust to civilian relationships after years of living in all-male environments where emotions were suppressed and vulnerability was weakness, and the only relationships that mattered were professional ones, based on competence and reliability rather than emotional connection. The substance abuse that appears among submarine veterans at higher rates than general population, the alcoholism, the drug use, the self-medication attempts to manage pain, to cope with mental health issues, to escape memories, to numb feelings, to deal with the aftermath of submarine service in ways that are destructive but feel necessary to veterans who don't know healthier coping mechanisms, who weren't taught how to process trauma, who weren't prepared for the psychological aftermath of years spent in conditions that challenged human limits and left permanent marks on psychology and behavior. The question of whether submarine service is worth it, whether the personal costs justify the professional accomplishments, whether the sacrifices made sense, whether you do it again, knowing what you know now. These questions haunt submarine veterans differently depending on their experiences, their outcomes, their ability to find meaning in their service. And the answers are complicated, nuanced, personal, because submarine duty takes different tolls on different people and provides different rewards and creates different legacies that some veterans embrace with pride, while others regard with regret or anger or complicated feelings that don't reduce to simple judgments about whether it was worth it. The pride in submarine service is real for many veterans. The satisfaction of having completed something difficult, having qualified in submarines, having earned dolphins that represent genuine achievement, having served in elite community that maintained high standards and accomplished important missions. This pride provides meaning, provides identity, provides positive framework for understanding years spent underwater in difficult conditions doing dangerous work. And veterans who feel this pride, who maintain connection with submarine community, who attend reunions and wear submarine gear and identify themselves as submariners decades after service ended. They've made peace with their choices, found value in their experience, integrated submarine service into their identity in positive ways. The regret exists too. Among veterans whose submarine service cost them marriages, health, relationships with children, years of normal life that can't be recovered, can't be replaced, can't be justified by appeals to duty or patriotism or professional accomplishment. When the personal losses feel too great, too permanent, too high a price to pay for service that benefited the nation but destroyed the individual. And these veterans struggle with their submarine legacy, question their choices, wonder if they should have refused submarine orders, should have transferred to surface Navy, should have served their obligation and gotten out instead of re-enlisting for years of submarine duty that took more than it gave. The mixed feelings dominate for most veterans. Simultaneous pride and regret, satisfaction and anger, appreciation for submarine community and resentment of submarine demands, recognition that submarine service shaped them in fundamental ways, both positive and negative. And this complexity resists simple narratives, resists claims that submarine service was purely good or purely bad, purely worthwhile or purely wasteful, because the reality contains both, contains accomplishments and losses, contains growth and damage, contains experiences that veterans value and experiences they wish they could forget. The advice submarine veterans give to people considering submarine service reflects their own experiences. ranges from enthusiastic encouragement to strong warnings, from "do it, you'll never regret it," to "run away, save yourself, it's not worth it." And the contradictory advice reflects genuine differences in experience, in outcomes, in personality fits with submarine duty. Because some people thrive in submarine environment, genuinely enjoy the challenge, build successful careers and positive memories, while others survive submarine duty but are damaged by it, diminished by it, marked by it in ways that persist for decades and affect everything that follows. The legacy of submarine service for individual veterans depends partly on luck, on whether they deployed during peacetime or war, on whether they served on good boats with good crews and good commanders, or bad boats with toxic leadership and dysfunctional crews, on whether they stayed healthy or developed service-connected conditions, on whether their family survived their absences or fell apart during deployments, on whether they successfully transitioned to civilian life or struggled for years to readjust. And these factors that determine outcomes often feel random, arbitrary, beyond individual control, making submarine service something of a lottery where some win and some lose, and the difference isn't entirely explained by effort or skill or dedication. The institutional memory of submarine service, the collective wisdom of submarine community, acknowledges the costs, recognizes the sacrifices, honors the service while being realistic about what it requires, what it takes from people, what it gives in return. And this institutional honesty, this willingness to acknowledge both the accomplishments and the costs, this refusal to romanticize submarine duty while maintaining pride in submarine heritage, represents mature relationship with submarine service that newer generations inherit, benefit from, use to make informed decisions about whether submarine duty is right for them, whether they're willing to pay the prices that submarine service demands, whether they possess the qualities that submarine duty requires, whether they can handle the challenges that previous generations handled with varying degrees of success and various levels of permanent damage that range from minimal to catastrophic, depending on individual circumstances and individual outcomes, and individual ability to find meaning in sacrifice. The submarine families, the spouses and children and parents who support submariners, who endure the absences, who maintain households and relationships and family structures, while their submarine sailor is underwater somewhere, unknown for months at a time, with limited communication and uncertain return dates. These families pay prices too, make sacrifices too, serve in their own way without uniforms or recognition or compensation. Beyond the submarine sailor's paycheck that comes with hazard pay, but doesn't really compensate for the emotional labor, the single parenting, the constant worry, the relationship strain that submarine duty imposes on everyone connected to the submariner. The spouse experience of submarine deployment involves months of solo parenting, of making all decisions alone, of handling emergencies without partner support, of maintaining household and career and children's activities and social life, while presenting strength and confidence, even when feeling overwhelmed and exhausted and resentful of the submarine that took their partner away, and the Navy that demands these sacrifices, and the mission that somehow justifies prolonged family separation that would be considered neglect in any other context, but gets honored as service when it's military duty. The children of submariners grow up with absent parent, with father or mother who disappears for months, who misses birthdays and holidays and school events and soccer games and parent-teacher conferences and all the daily moments that create parent-child relationships. And these children adapt, develop coping mechanisms, learn to function without the submarine parent. But they also develop attachment issues, abandonment fears, relationship patterns that persist into adulthood and affect their own relationships and their own parenting and their own understanding of what commitment means when the Navy can override family obligations and send someone underwater for months with minimal notice and limited recourse. The infidelity that happens during deployments, the affairs, the relationship betrayals that occur when submarine sailors are gone for months and spouses are lonely and isolated, and the guy next door or the coworker or someone at the bar offers attention and companionship and physical intimacy that the submarine spouse is desperate for after months of sleeping alone and raising kids alone and handling everything alone. This infidelity destroys relationships, ends marriages, creates bitter divorces and custody battles, and permanent damage to families that submarine duty stressed beyond breaking point. The homecoming after deployment should be joyous reunion, should be celebration, should be family reconnection. But often it's awkward, strained, difficult, because the submarine sailor has changed, the family has changed, everyone adapted to life without each other, and now has to readapt to being together, has to renegotiate roles and relationships and daily patterns. And this readjustment takes weeks or months, and sometimes never fully succeeds. Sometimes the family can't recover the closeness they had before deployment, can't bridge the distance that developed during separation, can't rebuild what submarine duty broke. The submarine spouse support groups, the communities of people married to submariners, provide essential support network, provide understanding from people in similar situations, provide practical advice and emotional support and reassurance that the struggles are normal, the feelings are valid, the challenges are survivable, and these groups become lifelines for spouses who feel isolated, who don't have family nearby, who can't discuss their situation with civilian friends who don't understand military life, who ask questions like, "Why don't you just tell him to quit? Why don't you demand he gets shore duty? Why do you put up with this?" As if military service offers those options. As if submarine duty can be declined without career consequences. As if families have real choice about deployments and assignments and the demands that submarine force makes on its personnel and their families. The financial strain of maintaining 2 households during shore duty assignments. The frequent moves. The career sacrifices that submarine spouses make when their own employment gets interrupted by relocations. When their own professional development gets subordinated to submarine sailors' career needs. When their own ambitions get deferred indefinitely because Navy determines where you live and how long you stay, and whether you can establish roots or build career or create stability in your own life. These financial and professional costs affect family well-being, affect long-term security, affect retirement planning and savings, and the ability to provide for children's education and all the normal financial goals that civilian families pursue. But military families struggle with because submarine duty creates instability, creates uncertainty, creates conditions that make long-term planning difficult and financial security challenging. The pride that submarine families feel in their sailor service, in the importance of submarine missions, in the elite nature of submarine community. This pride provides meaning, provides framework for understanding sacrifices, provides positive narrative that helps families endure separations and difficulties. But pride doesn't eliminate loneliness. doesn't solve practical problems, doesn't make single parenting easier, or deployment shorter, or communication more frequent. It just provides emotional resource that some families draw on successfully, while others exhaust and deplete until pride can't sustain them anymore. And something breaks. Some relationship fails. Some family member reaches limit and decides submarine duty costs too much, demands too much, takes too much from families that already gave everything they could give. The submarine accidents that never made headlines, the close calls, the near disasters, the incidents that could have killed everyone but didn't because of luck or skill or equipment that functioned when it might have failed. These unreported emergencies fill submarine history, create stories that crews share but outsiders never hear, demonstrate how razor-thin the margin between successful operations and catastrophic failure really is when you're operating complex machinery in a hostile environment where multiple things can go wrong simultaneously, and only perfect response prevents disaster. The fire that got contained before spreading, before consuming oxygen, before creating situation that would have killed everyone. This happens more often than public knows. Fires start from electrical faults, from equipment malfunctions, from human errors, and crews fight them successfully, contain them, extinguish them before they become disasters. And these successful firefighting operations don't generate news stories, don't create investigations, don't attract attention because the system worked, the crew performed, the boat survived. But everyone involved knows how close they came, how easily things could have gone differently, how narrow the margin was between routine incident report and hull loss with all hands. The flooding that got stopped, the leaks that got contained, the equipment failures that got corrected before they cascaded into catastrophic failures. These near misses accumulate in submarine operations, create constant low-level awareness that you're always one mistake away from disaster, always dependent on equipment continuing to function and people continuing to perform, and luck continuing to hold because submarine operations occur at the edge of what's possible, what's survivable, what humans and machines can reliably accomplish under stress. The reactor incidents that got resolved, the scrams that got recovered from, the cooling problems that got fixed before they became meltdowns. These nuclear close calls happen, get documented internally, get analyzed for lessons learned, get used to improved procedures and training. But they don't get publicized because nuclear accidents create public panic, create political problems, create questions about whether nuclear submarine operations are acceptably safe or unacceptably risky. And the Navy prefers to handle these incidents quietly, internally, without external oversight or public awareness that might complicate submarine operations or undermine public support for nuclear navy. The collision avoidance that succeeded by feet or seconds, the time submarines came dangerously close to other vessels, to underwater obstacles, to situations that would have resulted in hull damage or sinking if someone hadn't reacted perfectly or if luck hadn't favored the boat. These near collisions demonstrate how small the margin for error is, how critical situational awareness is, how dependent submarine safety is on constant vigilance and perfect execution because underwater you can't see obstacles, can't avoid what you don't detect, can't maneuver quickly enough to prevent collisions if detection comes too late. The equipment casualties that could have been disasters, the hydraulic failures, the electrical problems, the mechanical breakdowns that occurred at moments when they could have killed people but didn't because backup systems worked or manual procedures succeeded, or crews improvised solutions that prevented escalation from inconvenience to emergency to catastrophe. These incidents fill maintenance logs, create work orders, generate parts requisitions. But they also create awareness among crews that equipment reliability isn't guaranteed, that backup systems sometimes fail too, that ultimately submarine survival depends on human ingenuity and determination and willingness to fight through problems that have no obvious solutions and no clear procedures, because the specific combination of failures hasn't been anticipated by training or doctrine. The medical emergencies that resolved without becoming tragedies, the heart attacks that didn't kill, the injuries that didn't become fatal, the illnesses that didn't overwhelm limited medical capabilities. These successful medical outcomes don't make news, but they represent corpsmen performing beyond their training, crews supporting their shipmates, commands making difficult decisions about whether to continue mission or surface for evacuation. And sometimes the decisions work out. Sometimes patients survive despite limited medical resources. Sometimes luck and skill combine to prevent deaths that seemed inevitable given the circumstances and the limitations. The psychological crises that got managed. The sailors who came close to breaking but didn't. Who got support from shipmates. Who received intervention from leadership. Who survived their mental health emergencies without harming themselves or others. These incidents demonstrate that submarine psychological screening isn't perfect, that mental health problems can develop during deployment, that crews sometimes have to handle psychiatric emergencies with no professional mental health support and limited options for dealing with sailors who are psychologically unraveling an environment that can't provide the space or privacy or professional care that proper treatment would require. The submarine traditions, the customs, the rituals that connect current crews with submarine heritage, with generations of submariners who came before, with the accumulated culture of submarine service that transcends individual boats and individual deployments and creates continuity across decades of operations. These traditions provide meaning, provide connection, provide sense of being part of something larger than yourself, larger than your crew, larger than your deployment, part of submarine community that extends backward in time and forward into future. The dolphin ceremony when new sailors qualify, when they earn their submarine warfare insignia. This ritual marks transition from non-qual to qualified submariner, from probationary crew member to full member of submarine community. And the ceremony carries weight, carries significance, represents recognition by crew that you've proven yourself. You've learned the boat. You've demonstrated competence. You've earned the respect that comes with qualification. And the pride sailors feel receiving their dolphins from the CO, or from the chief of the boat, or from a respected senior sailor who presents the insignia and welcomes them to the brotherhood, reflects the importance of this transition, this achievement, this milestone that separates submarine sailors from everyone else in the Navy. The shellback ceremony when submarines cross the equator. The initiation ritual that transforms polywogs into shellbacks through a day of organized chaos and sanctioned hazing and theatrical performance that's ridiculous and meaningful simultaneously. This tradition connects modern submariners with centuries of naval tradition, with generations of sailors who crossed the line and endured the ceremony and earned the right to call themselves shellbacks. And despite the absurdity, despite the discomfort, despite the physical challenges of the initiation, sailors value their shellback status, maintain their certificates, Remember their ceremony with mixture of pride and bemusement that comes from having participated in tradition that's completely irrational, but somehow important. The plank owner's status for sailors who commission new submarines, who are first crew to operate a new boat, who establish the traditions and culture and standards that future crews will inherit. This designation carries prestige, carries responsibility, creates special bond among sailors who shared the experience of bringing a new submarine to operational status, who worked through the problems and discoveries and adjustments that happen when new boats begin operations, who created the baseline that subsequent crews will reference and build upon. The change of command ceremonies when new COs take over submarines. The formal military ritual that transfers authority, that maintains continuity of command, that acknowledges the outgoing CO's contributions while welcoming the incoming CO's leadership. These ceremonies connect individual submarine commands with broader Navy tradition, with the unbroken chain of submarine commanders who have held authority, made decisions, borne responsibility for boats and crews and missions that define submarine operations. The boat's unique traditions, the customs specific to individual submarines, the nicknames, the inside jokes, the rituals that develop organically within crews and get passed down through rotations. These boat-specific traditions create identity, create culture, create sense that your submarine is unique, special, different from other boats, even though the hull and equipment and missions might be similar. Because the traditions make it yours, make it home in ways that transcend the physical reality of identical metal tubes and standardized equipment. The decommissioning traditions when boats end their service, the final dive, the final surface, the last time the crew assembles. The ceremonies that mark the end of submarines' operational life and the transition from commissioned vessel to museum piece or scrap metal. These rituals provide closure, provide opportunity for crews to say goodbye to boats they served on, to acknowledge the end of an era, to preserve memory of their service aboard submarines that will soon exist only in photographs and memories and official records. The reunion traditions when submarine veterans gather years after their service, when they reconnect with former shipmates, when they share stories and remember deployments and maintain bonds that time and distance haven't broken. These reunions demonstrate that submarine service creates lifelong connections, creates relationships that persist beyond active duty, creates community that welcomes veterans back regardless of how long they've been out, how their lives diverged, how different their post-Navy experiences became. Because submarine qualification is permanent, submarine brotherhood is lasting, submarine service creates bonds that don't dissolve when sailors leave active duty and return to civilian world. The submarine contributions to national security operate in shadows, in classified missions, in deterrence that works by never being used, in intelligence gathering that never gets acknowledged, in capabilities that enemies know exist but can't fully counter. And this hidden nature of submarine effectiveness means the public never fully appreciates submarine value, never understands what submarines accomplish, never recognizes the strategic importance of maintaining submarine force that's capable, ready, deployed constantly in waters around the world, conducting missions that remain classified decades after they're completed. The ballistic missile submarines, the boomers, they carry the ultimate deterrent, the nuclear arsenal that guarantees retaliation if enemies attack. That makes nuclear war unwinnable for anyone who initiates it. That creates strategic stability through mutually assured destruction that sounds insane but has prevented major power warfare for generations. And the submarine crews who maintain this capability, who stand ready to launch weapons they hope never to launch, who train for mission they pray they never execute. They're protecting civilization through their readiness, through their professionalism, through their willingness to carry the burden of potential genocide in service of deterrence that works by never being tested. The attack submarines, the fast attacks, they hunt enemy submarines, they gather intelligence, they conduct surveillance, they maintain sea control, they protect carrier groups, they project power in denied areas where surface ships can't operate. They perform missions that shape strategic environment without public awareness, without congressional debate, without media coverage. Because submarine operations are classified, and submarine capabilities are secret, and submarine deployments are hidden from enemies who would love to know where American submarines are operating, what they're doing, what they're capable of detecting and tracking and destroying if conflict comes. The special operations support that submarines provide, inserting SEAL teams, conducting reconnaissance, providing covert transportation, enabling missions that can't be accomplished any other way. This capability makes submarines essential to special operations forces that depend on submarine stealth and submarine access to conduct missions in hostile territory, in denied areas, in locations where conventional insertion methods would be detected and defeated. And the submarine crews who support these missions participate in operations they're not fully briefed on, support operators they don't fully understand, contribute to successes they'll never be acknowledged for because special operations are classified. And submarine involvement is secret, and the public never learns about missions that submarines enabled, supported, made possible through their unique capabilities. The intelligence gathering that submarines conduct, approaching hostile coastlines, monitoring enemy communications, collecting acoustic signatures, mapping underwater terrain, photographing enemy installations. This intelligence work provides information that shapes policy, informs military planning, enables operations, prevents surprises, gives national leaders situational awareness they need to make informed decisions. And submarines are uniquely suited for this work, uniquely capable of approaching denied areas without detection, uniquely positioned to collect information that satellites can't see, and aircraft can't reach, and surface vessels can't access, without alerting enemies that they're being watched, being monitored, being analyzed by intelligence systems that submarines support through their covert operations. The deterrent value of submarine presence, the fact that enemies know American submarines are operating but don't know where, don't know how many, don't know what they're doing. This uncertainty creates strategic advantage, creates hesitation, creates respect for American naval power that influences enemy behavior, even when submarines never fire weapons, never engage in combat, never do anything except exist and patrol and maintain presence that enemies can't track, can't counter, can't neutralize without risking escalation that they're not prepared for. And this deterrent value, this strategic impact of submarine presence, it's difficult to measure, impossible to prove, but it shapes international relations, influences enemy calculations, contributes to stability in ways that justify submarine programs, justify submarine budgets, justify submarine operations that cost enormous amounts and demand tremendous sacrifices from submarine crews and their families. The technological advantage that submarine programs drive, the innovation, the engineering advancement, the technical capabilities that get developed for submarine applications and then transfer to civilian uses, to other military systems, to industrial applications. This technological spillover from submarine programs creates value beyond immediate military utility, creates advancement in material science, in computer systems, in acoustic technology, in nuclear engineering, in systems integration, in human factors, in countless fields that benefit from submarine-driven innovation and submarine-funded research that pushes boundaries and solves problems and develops capabilities that eventually benefit society broadly. Even though they were developed initially for classified submarine applications, the future submarine force faces challenges that previous generations didn't encounter. Budget pressures, recruiting difficulties, technological competition, geopolitical changes, environmental concerns, social changes, all converging to create uncertainty about what submarine service will look like in coming decades, what capabilities will be prioritized, what sacrifices will be deemed acceptable, what changes will transform submarine culture and submarine operations in ways that current submariners might not recognize, might not approve, might resist, but ultimately can't prevent because institutional evolution continues regardless of individual preferences. The recruitment challenge as younger generations question military service, question authority, question whether submarine duty is worth the sacrifices when civilian opportunities offer better pay, better lifestyle, better work-life balance, better everything except the intangible pride and meaning and challenge that submarine service provides. And the Navy struggles to attract qualified candidates, struggles to compete with tech companies and civilian employers who offer signing bonuses and stock options and ping-pong tables and all the superficial perks that somehow matter more to some people than the opportunity to serve on submarines and protect national security and be part of an elite community that does difficult things that most people can't do. The retention challenge as qualified submariners leave for civilian careers, take their training and experience and expertise to private sector employers who value their skills and pay them significantly more than the Navy can afford. Creating brain drain, creating experience gaps, creating situations where boats operate with less experienced crews than optimal, with more junior personnel in critical positions than ideal, with training pipelines stressed to produce replacement sailors faster than ideal because retention isn't keeping pace with requirements and submarine force is perpetually short-handed, perpetually training, perpetually trying to maintain capabilities with personnel shortages that affect readiness, affect operational tempo, affect crew morale as remaining sailors work harder to compensate for missing shipmates. The budget constraints as defense spending competes with domestic priorities, as submarines compete with other military programs for limited funding, as maintenance costs increase, as new submarine construction gets delayed or canceled, as the submarine force shrinks slowly through decommissioning boats faster than replacing them, creating strategic risks, creating capability gaps, creating situations where submarine force can't meet all operational requirements, can't be everywhere it needs to be, can't provide coverage that national strategy assumes because budget realities don't match strategic ambitions. The technological challenges as potential adversaries develop better submarines, better sensors, better weapons, as American technological advantage erodes through espionage and indigenous development and technology transfer, as the gap between American submarines and foreign submarines narrows in ways that affect operational effectiveness, affect tactical calculations, affect strategic assumptions about American submarine superiority that might not remain true indefinitely if current trends continue and competitor nations continue investing in submarine capabilities, while American submarine programs struggle with budget cuts and political opposition. The social changes in military culture, increasing diversity, changing demographics, evolving attitudes toward gender integration, toward mental health, toward work-life balance. These changes affect submarine force that traditionally valued homogeneity, valued traditional masculine culture, valued sacrifice of personal life for mission accomplishment, and adapting to social changes while maintaining operational effectiveness creates tensions, creates resistance, creates debates about whether changes improve submarine force or degrade it, whether evolution is progress or decline, whether submarine culture should change with society or maintain traditional values that worked for previous generations, regardless of whether they're acceptable to current generations. The environmental pressures as climate change affects ocean conditions, as naval operations face increasing scrutiny for environmental impact, as public opinion demands cleaner energy and reduced pollution and sustainable practices that might conflict with military priorities, with operational requirements, with mission effectiveness that currently depends on practices that environmental advocates oppose, and balancing environmental concerns with military necessity creates conflicts that submarine force must navigate, must address, must resolve in ways that satisfy both operational requirements and environmental obligations. The geopolitical shifts as power centers change, as new threats emerge, as traditional alliances evolve, as submarine force must adapt to strategic environment that's different from the Cold War assumptions that shaped current submarine capabilities, current submarine doctrine, current submarine force structure. And adapting to new strategic realities requires rethinking submarine roles, submarine missions, submarine capabilities in ways that might demand new technologies, new tactics, new organizational structures that diverge from established patterns and proven approaches. The submarine stories that never get told, the classified missions, the secret operations, the accomplishments that remain hidden behind security classifications that might last decades or forever. These untold stories represent significant portion of submarine service, significant achievements that go unrecognized, significant contributions that remain unknown to public that fund submarine programs, to families that support submarine sailors, to civilians who never learn what submarines actually do because the missions are secret, the capabilities are classified, the operations are protected by security requirements that prevent acknowledgement, prevent recognition, prevent the storytelling that gives meaning to service, and allows broader society to understand what submarines accomplish. The intelligence successes that prevented conflicts, that informed policy, that enabled diplomatic solutions. These achievements remain classified, remain unknown, remain unacknowledged even decades after they occurred, because intelligence sources and methods must be protected, because revealing submarine intelligence capabilities might compromise future operations, might alert enemies to submarine presence, might expose techniques that remain valuable and therefore remain secret long after the specific operations concluded. And the submarine crews who accomplish these intelligence missions serve without recognition, without acknowledgement, without the satisfaction of knowing their work was appreciated by the public. They protected through their classified operations. The close encounters with enemy submarines, the cat-and-mouse games, the tracking operations, the tactical maneuvers that demonstrated American submarine superiority. These confrontations remain classified, remain undisclosed, remain unknown even to most submariners who weren't directly involved, because revealing these encounters might expose submarine capabilities, might reveal operational patterns, might provide enemies with information about American submarine tactics and limitations and vulnerabilities. So the stories remain secret, remain compartmentalized, remain known only to participants and to intelligence analysts who study the encounters for lessons learned but can't share those lessons broadly without compromising security. The special operations that submarines enabled, the missions that succeeded because submarines provided access, provided support, provided capabilities that no other platform could provide. These operations remain classified, remain hidden, remain unknown because special operations security requires protecting sources and methods, requires preventing enemies from understanding how operations were conducted, how insertion occurred, how extraction succeeded, how submarines contributed to missions that achieved strategic objectives through covert action that remains covert even after it succeeded. The technological achievements that advanced submarine capabilities, that solved problems, that developed innovations that improved submarine effectiveness. These accomplishments remain classified because revealing them might alert enemies to American capabilities, might enable competitors to develop countermeasures, might compromise advantages that America wants to maintain through secrecy rather than lose through disclosure. So the engineers and sailors who developed these innovations serve without recognition, without patents, without the professional credit that civilian innovation receives, because submarine innovation is classified and must remain so. The near disasters that were averted, the crises that were resolved, the emergencies that could have made headlines but didn't, because crews responded perfectly and situations were contained, and boats returned safely with lessons learned, but stories untold, because acknowledging the near disaster might undermine public confidence, might raise questions about submarine safety, might create political problems that the Navy prefers to avoid by keeping the incident classified, by restricting information access, by ensuring that only people who need to know actually know what happened, what almost happened, how close the submarine came to becoming tragic headline rather than classified lessons learned document, the sacrifices that submarine families make, the specific challenges they endure during specific deployments, the personal costs of supporting submarine sailors during classified missions that families can't discuss, can't explain, can't share with friends or relatives or support networks because operational security requires secrecy that extends to families, that prevents spouses from explaining why they're stressed, why their sailor is gone, why they can't share details about deployment or mission or expected return date. And these family sacrifices remain largely invisible, remain unacknowledged, remain unknown to broader society that doesn't understand what military families endure, what operational security demands, what submarine service costs in terms of normal family life and social support, and the ability to share your situation with people who might help if they understood but can't understand because you can't tell them because it's classified. The individual acts of heroism, the sailors who performed beyond duty requirements, who saved shipmates, who prevented casualties, who demonstrated exceptional courage and competence and dedication in moments of crisis that remain classified, that never generate medals or recognition or official acknowledgement, because the circumstances were classified, and the heroism occurred during classified operations, and acknowledging the individual achievement might require disclosing the classified context. So the heroes remain unknown, remain unrecognized, remain content with internal knowledge that they performed well when it mattered, without external validation or public recognition that civilian heroes receive. But military heroes often don't, when their heroism occurs in classified contexts that prevent acknowledgement. The physical transformation that submarine service creates, the changes to your body, to your health, to your physical capabilities, these alterations are measurable, documented, persistent, and they affect submariners in ways that become apparent during service and continue affecting them long after they leave submarines, long after they return to surface Navy or civilian life, long after they think they've recovered from submarine duty that left permanent marks on their physical selves. The pale complexion that develops from months without sunlight, the vitamin D deficiency, the skin that loses its color and its health because human bodies are designed for sun exposure that submarine service eliminates, and your skin becomes almost translucent, unhealthy looking. Obviously, submariner's skin that takes months of surface time to recover normal color, normal appearance, normal health. And some guys never fully recover, never regain the skin tone they had before submarine service, carry permanent paleness that marks them as submarine veterans, even decades after their last deployment. The posture changes from working in confined spaces, from hunching through low compartments, from bending and twisting and contorting your body to fit through spaces barely large enough for human passage. And you develop permanent slouch, permanent curve to your spine, permanent compensation patterns that your body adopts to navigate submarine environment and can't fully unlearn when you return to spaces with adequate headroom, adequate width, adequate room for normal human posture. The muscle atrophy from lack of exercise, from inability to maintain fitness routines in an environment with no gym, no space for running, no equipment for strength training, just cramped compartments and narrow passageways and watch stations where you stand for hours but don't actually exercise, don't maintain muscle mass, don't preserve physical conditioning that deteriorates slowly over deployment until you surface looking soft, looking weak, looking nothing like the physically fit sailor who went underwater months ago. The weight gain from bad food and stress eating and boredom eating and the fact that there's nothing to do during off hours except eat and sleep, and eating provides comfort, provides distraction, provides something to do when you're bored and stressed and looking for any pleasure in environment that offers few pleasures beyond food. So you eat, you gain weight, you develop submarine physique that's recognizable to anyone who served on boats. That soft, middle-aged look, regardless of your actual age. That physical evidence of months spent eating mediocre food while not exercising and dealing with stress through caloric consumption. The joint damage from sleeping in inadequate racks, from working in awkward positions, from repetitive stress injuries that accumulate when you perform the same movements thousands of times in spaces that don't allow proper body mechanics, proper ergonomics, proper movement patterns, and your knees hurt, your back hurts, your shoulders hurt from injuries that developed so gradually you didn't notice until the pain became constant, became normal, became something you live with because complaining won't change anything. And medical treatment options on submarines are limited, and you just accept that your body hurts now and will continue hurting probably forever because submarine service damaged it in ways that don't fully heal. The dental problems from inadequate dental care during deployment, From inability to maintain proper oral hygiene in an environment with limited water, limited privacy, limited time for dental care that gets deprioritized when you're tired and busy and just want to sleep, and you develop cavities, gum problems, dental issues that require extensive treatment when you finally surface, and see actual dentists who tell you that your oral health deteriorated significantly during deployment and needs work, needs attention, needs interventions that could have been prevented with better dental care, that submarine environment doesn't support adequately. The hearing damage is permanent, irreversible, the result of chronic noise exposure that destroys hair cells in your inner ear, that creates hearing loss that accumulates over deployments, that leaves you with tinnitus and reduced hearing acuity and difficulty understanding speech in noisy environments, and all the audio processing problems that come from years of submarine service in noisy environments without adequate hearing protection. Because you need to hear equipment, need to hear alarms, need to hear communications, can't wear hearing protection constantly, even though you know the noise is damaging your hearing irreversibly. The cardiovascular changes from chronic stress, from sleep deprivation, from living in fight or flight mode for months, from constant low-level anxiety about being trapped underwater in an environment where anything could go wrong. And your blood pressure increases, your resting heart rate increases, your stress hormones stay elevated. Your body adapts to submarine stress in ways that increase your long-term risk for heart disease, for stroke, for the cardiovascular problems that submarine veterans develop at higher rates than general population. Because submarine service is cardiovascularly stressful in ways that leave permanent marks on your heart and blood vessels. The moment of separation from submarine service, when your contract ends, or you retire, or you transfer to shore duty. When you physically leave the submarine community and transition to whatever comes next. This separation is complex, emotional, confusing mixture of relief and loss, of excitement for future and mourning for community you're leaving, of pride in what you accomplished, and uncertainty about whether civilian life will provide meaning comparable to what submarine service provided despite all its difficulties and costs. The final deployment carries weight that routine deployments don't. The knowledge that this is the last time, the last patrol, the last opportunity to be part of submarine crew, to perform submarine duties, to live submarine life that you've complained about and endured, and somehow grown attached to, despite swearing countless times that you couldn't wait to escape it, couldn't wait to leave, couldn't wait to return to normal life where you can sleep in quiet rooms and see the sun and have personal space and all the things submarine service denied you for years. The checkout process, the administrative requirements, the turning in equipment, the final medical exams, the transition briefings, the paperwork that documents your separation. These bureaucratic requirements feel simultaneously important and meaningless. Important because they're necessary for official separation, meaningless because they don't capture what submarine service meant, what it cost, what it gave you, what it took from you, reducing years of experience to forms and signatures and official documentation that will sit in files somewhere and mean nothing to anyone except as administrative record of service rendered. The farewell to shipmates, the goodbyes to guys you served with, the awkward acknowledgments that you probably won't stay in touch despite promises to remain connected, despite genuine affection and mutual respect. Because civilian life pulls people in different directions, and submarine bonds are strong, but not always strong enough to survive geographic separation and diverging life paths. And the simple reality that maintaining friendships requires effort. that busy civilian lives don't always accommodate. And you exchange contact information and promise to call and know that you probably won't, but pretend otherwise because acknowledging the truth would be too sad, too honest, too painful when you're already processing the loss of leaving submarine community. The transition to civilian life is jarring, disorienting, more difficult than you anticipated despite all the warnings, all the preparation, all the transition programs that try to prepare separating service members for civilian world that operates differently, values different things, doesn't understand military experience, and doesn't know how to translate submarine qualifications into civilian job requirements. And you find yourself explaining what you did in the Navy to hiring managers who look confused, who don't understand why submarine experience is relevant, who can't see how operating nuclear reactors or maintaining sonar systems or standing watch qualifies you for civilian positions that require completely different skills expressed in completely different language. The identity crisis that follows separation, the question of who you are when you're not a submariner anymore. When the dolphins on your dress uniform don't mean anything to civilian co-workers. When submarine stories bore civilian friends who can't relate and don't understand and change the subject to topics they find more interesting. And you realize that submarine service was central to your identity, central to how you understood yourself, central to your sense of purpose and meaning and accomplishment. And without it, you feel diminished, feel lost, feel like you're searching for replacement identity that can provide comparable meaning and rarely succeeds because civilian jobs are just jobs, not vocations, not callings, not sources of identity and community comparable to what submarine service provided. The health problems that emerge after separation, the service-connected conditions that develop or worsen, the delayed consequences of submarine service that appear years later and require VA treatment, require disability claims, require ongoing medical management of conditions that submarine service caused or contributed to or exacerbated, and you navigate VA bureaucracy, fight for benefits, prove service connection for conditions that should be obvious but require documentation and evidence, and persistence that exhausts you and makes you question whether the benefits are worth the fight, whether the compensation is worth the hassle, whether you should just give up and pay for treatment yourself, rather than deal with VA delays and denials and administrative obstacles. The nostalgia that develops over time, the selective memory that edits submarine experience, that emphasizes the good parts and minimizes the bad parts, that transforms difficult deployments into stories you tell with pride, that makes submarine service seem better in retrospect than it felt while you were actually doing it. And you find yourself defending submarine duty to people who criticize it, defending the Navy to people who question military service, defending choices you sometimes regret to people whose criticism triggers defensive loyalty to submarine community that you're no longer part of, but still identify with, still feel protective of, still defend against outsiders who don't understand and have no right to judge. The submarine legacy that extends beyond individual service, beyond individual boats, beyond individual deployments, encompasses the cumulative contribution of generations of submariners who built submarine force, who developed submarine culture, who established submarine traditions, who proved submarine capabilities, who defended nation through underwater operations that shaped history in ways that often remain classified, but nonetheless influenced outcomes, prevented conflicts, enabled policies, protected interests through submarine presence and submarine action that continues today and will continue into future as long as nations value sea power and strategic deterrence and covert capabilities that submarines uniquely provide. The Cold War submarine operations that tracked Soviet submarines, that gathered intelligence, that maintained strategic balance, that prevented miscalculation through demonstration of American submarine capabilities that Soviet Navy respected and feared and couldn't fully counter. Despite their own submarine programs and their own capabilities, these operations contributed to ending Cold War without direct superpower conflict, contributed to Soviet collapse through sustained pressure that included submarine operations that demonstrated American technical superiority and operational proficiency that Soviets couldn't match, despite significant investment in submarine forces. The strategic deterrence that submarine-based nuclear weapons provide, the assured second strike capability that makes nuclear war unwinnable for any aggressor, that creates stability through mutually assured destruction that's maintained primarily by ballistic missile submarines that patrol constantly in hidden locations where enemy first strikes can't find them, can't destroy them, can't prevent retaliation that would follow any nuclear attack. And this deterrence has prevented nuclear war for generations, has maintained peace between nuclear powers who might otherwise have risked conflict if they believed they could win, could survive, could achieve objectives through nuclear weapons used that submarine-based deterrence makes impossible. The power projection that attack submarines enable, the ability to operate in denied areas, to threaten enemy forces, to protect friendly forces, to conduct operations that surface vessels can't conduct because submarines operate stealthily where surface ships would be detected and engaged and potentially destroyed. And this submarine capability enables American naval power to extend globally, to operate in contested waters, to maintain presence in regions where adversaries would prefer American absence, but can't prevent it because submarines can go where surface vessels can't, can operate where aircraft can't loiter, can maintain surveillance where satellites can't provide continuous coverage. The technological innovation that submarine programs drive, the advancement in nuclear propulsion, in acoustic stealth, in signal processing, in materials science, in systems integration, in countless fields that benefit from submarine-focused research and development that pushes boundaries, that solves difficult problems, that creates capabilities that transfer to other applications, to other industries, to civilian uses that benefit from technologies developed initially for submarine applications but eventually deployed more broadly. And this innovation contribution, this technological spillover from submarine programs, represents value beyond immediate military utility, represents contribution to broader technological advancement that justifies submarine investment even beyond direct military benefits. The international relationships that submarine cooperation enables, the alliances that include submarine coordination, the intelligence sharing that involves submarine capabilities, the combined operations that demonstrate alliance strength through submarine participation. These relationships strengthen American strategic position, strengthen allied capabilities, strengthen collective security through submarine cooperation that creates force multiplication, creates shared capabilities, creates partnerships that enhance everyone's security through collaboration that includes submarine forces as essential components. The deterrent value against regional adversaries, the message that American submarines send to nations considering aggressive action, The awareness that American submarine force can respond to regional conflicts, can threaten enemy forces, can enable American intervention in ways that complicate adversary planning, that create uncertainty, that impose costs on aggression through submarine capabilities that might intervene, might respond, might enable American military action that adversaries would prefer to avoid. And this deterrence operates constantly, shapes calculations, influences decisions, prevents conflicts through submarine presence that doesn't require actual submarine combat operations to be effective, to be valuable, to be worth maintaining. The historical examples of submarine impact, the operations that changed outcomes, the intelligence that informed decisions, the presence that prevented escalation, the capabilities that enabled success. These examples mostly remain classified, but they exist. They're documented. They're studied by submarine force and by broader military and intelligence communities who understand submarine contributions, even when public doesn't, even when Congress doesn't fully appreciate, even when budget debates question submarine value without access to classified information that demonstrates submarine importance, submarine effectiveness, submarine necessity for national security in ways that justify programs and justify sacrifices and justify continued investment in submarine capabilities that protect American interests through operations that often remain unknown, unacknowledged, unappreciated, except by people who know, who understand, who value what submarines accomplish even when they can't discuss it publicly. So here we are, 40 chapters deep into submarine reality, 40,000 words explaining what Hollywood doesn't show you, what recruiters don't emphasize, what civilians don't understand about volunteering to live in a pressurized metal tube 300 feet underwater for months at a time with 70 other guys and recycled air and bad food and no privacy and constant noise and the psychological weight of knowing that dozens of things could go catastrophically wrong and kill everyone before you could even process what was happening. And the question that remains, the question that you're probably asking yourself if you've read this far, if you've absorbed all these details about submarine life, is whether anyone actually survives this, whether the title was hyperbole or honest assessment, whether you really wouldn't survive a day in a nuclear submarine, or whether with enough training and enough support and enough desperation, you might actually make it through. The honest answer is complicated, nuanced, depends on who you are, what you bring, what you're capable of enduring. Because some people thrive in submarine environment, genuinely enjoy the challenge, genuinely appreciate the community, genuinely find meaning in submarine service that makes the sacrifices worthwhile, that makes the difficulties manageable, that makes submarine life not just survivable, but preferable to alternatives, to surface navy, to civilian life, to anything else they might do with their time and energy and capability. And these people, well, these natural submariners, they wouldn't survive a day in a nuclear submarine. They'd survive months, years, entire careers, and they do it successfully, competently, with pride in their service and satisfaction in their accomplishments. But for most people, for normal humans who value comfort and privacy and natural light and personal space and relationships with people who aren't their co-workers, and sleep that's restful and food that's enjoyable, and all the basic elements of human existence that submarine service eliminates or degrades. The reality is that you probably wouldn't survive a day in a nuclear submarine. Not because you'd die physically, not because the submarine would kill you through accident or emergency, but because the psychological weight, the sensory deprivation, the claustrophobia, the loss of control, the disconnection from everything normal and familiar and human would break you mentally long before any physical danger materialized, would make you desperate to escape, desperate to surface, desperate to abandon the submarine and return to the world above where humans are supposed to live, where oxygen comes from plants instead of machines, where walls aren't 3 feet away in every direction, where you can walk more than 20 feet in a straight line without hitting a bulkhead or a hatch or another person. The submarine veterans who successfully completed their service, who earned their dolphins, who deployed multiple times, who built careers in submarine force. They're not superhuman. They're not special in ways that you couldn't replicate. They're just people who made choices, who adapted, who endured, who found ways to cope with conditions that challenged them but didn't break them. And many of them carry permanent marks from their submarine service. Permanent damage to hearing, to joints, to sleep patterns, to relationships, to mental health, to physical health, to aspects of their lives that will never fully recover from years spent in an environment that humans aren't designed for, that challenges human limits, that takes permanent toll even on people who successfully endure it. The submarine force continues operating, continues recruiting, continues training new sailors, continues deploying boats on classified missions, continues maintaining strategic deterrence, continues contributing to national security through operations that most people never learn about, never appreciate, never understand. And the submarine force doesn't need everyone to volunteer, doesn't need majority of population to consider submarine duty, just needs enough people who are capable, who are willing, who are qualified, who can handle the unique demands of submarine service to maintain the boats and conduct the missions and protect the nation through their underwater operations. So would you survive a day in a nuclear submarine? Probably not. Probably you'd last a few hours before the reality overwhelmed you, before the claustrophobia triggered panic, before the loss of control created desperation, before you demanded to leave, to surface, to escape the metal tomb that's pressing in from all sides and offering no relief, no escape, no comfort, just endless confinement and recycled air. And the knowledge that this is day one of a 4-month deployment, and you've already reached your limit, already broken, already failed. The test that submarine service presents to everyone who volunteers. And that's okay. That's normal. That's human. Because submarine duty isn't for everyone, isn't for most people, isn't for normal humans who value normal things and want normal lives. It's for the small percentage who can handle it, who can endure it, who can find meaning in it, despite all the difficulties and all the sacrifices and all the costs. And if you're not one of those people, if you know yourself well enough to recognize that submarine service would destroy you, then you're probably making the right decision, staying on the surface, staying in the sun, staying in environments where humans are supposed to live, and leaving the submarines to the guys who are weird enough, tough enough, adaptable enough, desperate enough, or crazy enough to volunteer for duty that's universally difficult and that extracts prices that some pay willingly, some pay reluctantly, and some decide aren't worth paying at any price.